لحتى
the lights go on, the lights go off when things don't feel right. Down like a tired dog, licking his wounds in the shade.
evening. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's so good to see you. I'm going to allow you to listen to this clip. It's just past, coming up on 5:30. It's 5:27 p.m. Eastern. U.S. who the hell knows time? I don't know. Do you know? I don't think anybody knows what's going on anymore. I just kind of go day to day and hope nobody dies. That's kind of the best I can pray for. I'm kind of just following the Pope's lead. He seems to be doing a good job. I like the Pope. Anyway, so my name's Grant Smith Ellis. What time is it? It's 5:28 p.m. here in Boston, Massachusetts, Easton, U.S. Who the hell knows time. It's, I don't know, 11:28 in South Africa. Nikki's sleeping. She said hello. She's Tower Girlfriend. She wanted you to all know that she said hello and she's sleeping, but she'll see you next time. She loves you all very dearly. She wanted me to convey her regards. It's 12. She's wonderful and very beautiful. I wish you could all meet her. You're gonna meet her. We have a plan. We have lots of plans. It's gonna be great. Anyway, it just makes my heart sing all the time. Anyway, I wish I could share it with you all. I am sharing it with you all. This is wonderful. Anyway, it's 12:28 a.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel. And it's 12:58 a.m. in Tehran, Iran. It's Monday. Is it Tuesday? Who the hell knows? It's Tuesday, I think, April 14th, 2026. It's Wednesday, technically, April 15th, 2026, in Tehran and Tel Aviv. You know, we take it day by day. Whatever happens, happens. We'll figure it out, you know. But yeah, so how you doing? It's good to see you. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. There have been developments. I'm monitoring the situation in Tehran. I cannot confirm whether there have been any explosions. I will keep you up to date on the latest developments as I know them. This was going to be a nightly news update. And then I said, well, I don't have anything to do tomorrow. So, you know, whatever happens, happens. We'll play it by ear. I was watching Network earlier with Nikki. It was a really good movie, but it made me realize, like, gotta think about the presentation of this content. Because, like, the way the corporate edifice subverted the guy in the Network movie is they just kind of mocked him. And you can't really do that to me because I don't take myself very seriously. But I do take the content I cover very seriously. So I gotta think about that juxtaposition a little bit. I just really like Immortal Technique. So I think I reserve the right to play music that I neither condone or condemn just because I like it. I just like the beat. So I think we're gonna like bifurcate like our musical stylings on this channel from the news coverage. It's still part of the news coverage, but I reserve the right to play music more in the spirit of artistic celebration than the specific content. But I reserve the right to do that because I've read trauma research that says it's very good to show your brain breaks between what's going on. It just helps. So we're going to use music for that. I have this great catalog now through this beta program. I don't know how to say it. It's a Greek word. Beta program that YouTube has created. It's really awesome. It allows me to decide who I share the ad revenue with from the videos. Like I can look at which tracks are in the catalog. It's great. So anyway, we're going to do that more often. And I'm going to continue to present to you the news. The situation is thus. If you can't tell, the government of Lebanon is not doing a very smart thing right now. You see, we have this very precarious peace negotiation going on between Iran and the US. They might meet in Islamabad. It might be another country. I'm not really sure. Could be Ankara, Turkey. It's going to be either Islamabad or Ankara, Turkey, I think, depending on what the hell happens over the next 2 days. There's supposed to be another round of talks, but it could be a head fake between Iran and the U.S. The only people that really need to be negotiating are Iran and the U.S., okay? Iran's axis is represented by Iran. Hezbollah is part of the Iranian axis. The idea that Israel, in the weak position that it's in under Benjamin Netanyahu's leadership, would think that it has any hand to bifurcate the peace negotiations, to continue the war in Lebanon so that they could try to use the U.S., who has no leverage on the international scene after the chaos that was the war between the Pope and the President. I should say, the chaos that was the President of the United States going to war with the Pope and then declaring himself Jesus, and then saying he was actually a doctor, which made it worse. Anyway, so the U.S. being brought in by Israel to negotiate between Israel and the non-existent government of Lebanon that doesn't have the support of its people is a crazy idea. It's the biggest, it's the very, Israel and the U.S., we are going to do it our way, and we don't care what you think. It's the very thing that got us into the position we're in the first place. And what did Iran show? They have missiles, they have hand. Why is Israel even involved in this? And why is the faux government of Lebanon sabotaging the peace talks for on behalf of people that don't want them representing them? It's ridiculous. I'm not going to speak for the people of Lebanon. I'm going to let them tell you how they feel, because frankly, it's about time that someone just let them talk. I've been trying to, so it's really hard. You have to understand the security situation in Lebanon. I can't just be, I have spoken to a lot of people from Lebanon, and I have to be very careful as a journalist. I actively talk to people from Lebanon, not in Hezbollah, just in Lebanon. They don't want to come on and do interviews a lot because it's like a risk. It's a security risk. You're like, if you go out there and talk about what's actually going on the ground in Lebanon, you need to either have like Hezbollah's permission or like somebody's permission. You can't just be going out there really and talking about it. You need to have like Hezbollah's like go. I don't know. I think it's like this because like the government of Lebanon uses the limited security apparatus it has to like enforce Hezbollah being a terrorist organization, which is stupid. The U.S. does it too. It's the stupidest thing. The reason this diplomatic rapprochement between Iran and the U.S. can't really take hold is because people are treating Hezbollah like it's like some small militant group in the caves of Yemen. It's a fully developed military with a war media office, a political wing, and the support of probably like, I don't know, you'd have to uphold them, but at least 20 to 35% of the Lebanese electorate. So if you had a parliamentary representative election, they would control a lot of seats. So I don't really, if their military wing were allowed to sort of be involved in politics. So I don't really understand what Israel's doing. I understand what Bibi's doing, but I don't understand this nonsensical, pedantic, paternalistic, outdated, irrelevant approach by the U.S. and Israel of having a basically perfunctory meeting with a non-existent government of Lebanon that just sticks the middle finger to Iran and the people of Lebanon. What do you think Hezbollah is going to do? What do you think Iran's going to do? They're going to be like, bad Israel, bad U.S., you bad school children. Why are you acting like this? Did you not learn? Do you want to see the missiles again? Don't make us break out the missiles. That's what they're going to say. You lost. Stop acting this way. Respect the Middle East. Why is it so hard for America? I'm going to do some analysis before we listen to the people of Lebanon, but I want you to hear their voices in context of my incredulity at the nonsensical tomfoolery, the shenanigans, one might say, going on in Washington between the faltering regime of Bibi Netanyahu and whatever the hell exists of the Washington Consensus after the president declared himself Jesus and went to war with the Pope. I'm not making this up. This is what actually happened. Okay, this is just a hard news. This is not a satire program. Stop laughing. What are you doing, all of you? Listen to me. This is actually the news. I am not up here performing a John Cleese skit. I am not Jon Stewart. This is actually what happened. The president declared himself Jesus. And then he went to war with the Pope. And then Iran sided with the Pope. As did the Italian Prime Minister. And the Spanish. And the British. Oh God, it was a really bad 24 hours. I don't really know how else to say it. It was just a really bad 24 hours. So anyway, in light of the president declaring himself Jesus, it wasn't a good idea for this very weak American administration, like lame duck as it were, with half the Congress resigning because there's sexual deviance. It is not normal sexual behavior to do some of the stuff what is wrong with the Congress? Oh, my whole country is collapsing. Iran has just won in every sense of the term. You don't understand. Meanwhile, somebody's living in La La Land inviting the non-existent Lebanese government to Washington as if this were during the time of martial aid. Oh my goodness, I'm running for president. That's it. I'm like that judge during that Turtle Boy hearing yesterday. This is a travesty. This is a sham. This is a mockery. It's a mockery. At this point, I am just incredulous. I want you all to go out to your windows and yell, "I'm mad and I'm not gonna take it anymore." You see what happens when you let me watch the movie Network? I realize the impact of what I've done. I know how many governments watch this stream. I know the Pope watches. Hello, Holy Father. I hope you're having a wonderful evening in the Vatican. You must be under a lot of stress. You're a good man, though, Pope Leo. I think you're doing a lot of good work. Frankly, I like Pope Leo. Anyway, my point is, I was watching this thing. I was like, oh, I get it now. I'm really having quite a day. Give me my paintings back. On that topic, Adnan Khashoggi stole my paintings from the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum in May of 1990 to avoid a federal sentence related to another art theft with the former First Lady of the Philippines, Isabella Stewart Marcos. And he thought he could leverage it like Miles Connor from 1975 to get a lower federal sentence. Adnan Khashoggi, through Daryl Nitke, stole my damn paintings and I want them back. Somebody tell Adnan Khashoggi's family, I know somebody out there knows the bank with a lawyer with a holding company that has my damn paintings. This is non-negotiable. The first thing I'm doing when you elect me is I'm getting those damn paintings back. I'm gonna go on a paintings-based crusade. It won't actually be to the Holy Land. That's a separate issue. I'm going on a crusade for those damn paintings. You don't understand. I get so riled up about Adnan Khashoggi stealing my paintings. They belong to me. They belong to me. They were left to me and the rest of the citizens of Massachusetts by Isabella Stewart Gardner. I have a right to them. I have a contractual right to them, and I want them right now. Listen to me. Somebody out there knows where they are, Mohammed bin Salman, or somebody in Pakistan, or somebody somewhere, or Monaco. I'm gonna get him. I need to speak to the Prince of Monaco. Somebody get me the Pope. I want my paintings back. You don't understand. Hello, Andre King. Thank you so much for your support. If you are down with getting these paintings back, God bless you, Andre King. Thank you for joining my paintings-based crusade. Andre, we will get these paintings back. All right, this may just be the intro. It doesn't matter. Listen, I am in a mood. All right, the Israeli government and the American government. You can't listen. You can't lose a war that you start and then pretend like you still have hand. That's not how this works. That's as dumb as blockading a blockade. We're at the point where even if you scripted this for Monty Python, it wouldn't be as ridiculous. I don't think John Cleese would even be allowed to put on the BBC the notion of the American president calling himself Jesus. That's too blasphemous, even for satire. This is like metaphysical satire where the news is more ridiculous than as if I were doing a Monty Python skit. Now I'm going to let you, with that said, okay, listen, I'm so mad at what's happening to the people of Lebanon. It's a disgrace. Benjamin Netanyahu is a disgrace. Okay, the American government right now is just vacuous. And the fact that this is what we're doing, the Iranians must think that the West is just the stupidest group of human beings, incapable of negotiating, illiterate, unread in history, unread in philosophy. They probably wanted to quiz the American delegation, like for some kind of like predicate sort of negotiation negotiating like sort of agreement. Okay, listen, do you know, like the Iranians are like to the Pakistanis, listen, we'll negotiate with these guys, but you got to ask them, like, do they like know what what is a state? What is like the treaty between Russia and Alaska regarding the sale of like the Alaskan territory? Do they understand like anything? Like, who was the first president? Who was the second president? Who was the first Supreme Court justice? Who is Kant? Who is Hegel? Like, I would have done that. I would have been like, listen, they gotta just like have the, you can't tell them or they'll cheat. You gotta have like a blind quiz where you just bring the dude into the room and you're like, listen, I'm going to quiz you, and if you're an idiot, you can't be part of these negotiations. That's how you do it, Iran. Trust me. Trust me on this one. They'll lie to you, too. They'll cheat on the quiz. They're the type of people who would write on the inside of a Coke bottle. They're better at cheating than they are at understanding. It's like the modern American way, unless you're me, in which case I just humiliate their self-conceit. Anyway, I'm mad. I listened to this video earlier. I watched the movie Network. I'm in a mood. We should just watch this, and you should listen to what the Lebanese people have to say, because I think I have said my piece for now. Just for now.
نحن جايين لهون لحتى مثل ما واقفين الشباب على الحدود وعم يضحوا بدمهم. هذا اقل واجب فينا نقدمه كرمال هالوطن. حابين نعبر عن صوتنا. مش نواف سلام هو اللي بيفاوض حل لبنان، الشعب اللي بيفاوض، رنجر المقاوم اللي بيفاوض، مش نواف سلام. السلام عليكم. لبيك يا شيخ نعيم، لبيك يا نواف. السلاح ما بيسقط، بدنا نسقطك لك. اسمع منيح يا نواف انه السلاح بده يضل بايدنا ونحن بدنا نسقطك ونحن مع المقاومه. ولبيك يا رسول الله ولبيك يا شيخ نعيم.
ما بدي احكي الا كلمه، يا نواف ويا خوان ارحل عن لبنان، بس مش اكثر. لانه دم الشهداء اللي راح بالجنوب مش اغلى من اولاد، مش اولادك اغلى منه. قدمنا اولادنا وعيالنا ورزقنا وشغلنا واضطرنا كلنا وجينا لهون لسه نوصل لك رساله، ارحال عن لبنان. منك لبناني انت لو لبناني بتعمل مثل الشهيد رفيق الحريري وقف وقال نحن ما فينا نحمل مفاوضات والارض محتله. الارض عم تستر بطولات بالخيام وبمرعشيت وبالطيبه وبالعديسه، ما عم يخلوا الا ابطال. بتطلع بهالمسله نحن عم نطلع مثل الابطال وعم نحارب برزقنا وبكل عيالنا، وطالع انت بهالمسله. هيدي المصدر اللي صارت بالاربعه، هيدي برسمك انت ورسم رسم رئيس الحكومه ورئيس الدوله، ونحن مبرئين منكم، ما بدنا اياكم. واي حدا بيقول ما بده سلاح المقاومه يجي يحمينا مثل ما بتحمينا المقاومه ونحن معه. لو الشيطان بيجيبنا بيعطينا سلاح نحن معه لنحارب معه. ارض ما بدنا اياها وانتهى الموضوع.
مطرحها كان عم بدافع عن ارضه وعن بيته. هيدي الارض ارضنا، جبلناها باولادنا، جبلناها مش بس بدم اولادنا، جبلناها باولادنا شخصيا. انا ضبيت ابني اشلاء عظام ناشفه، لحمه ودمه وشرايينه انجبلت بهالارض. ما حدا بحق له يقرر عني، ما حدا بحق له يوقف مع الاسرائيلي ضدي. نحن اللي بنقرر، اجريهم اللي بتقرر، دمهم اللي بيقرر، لحمهم اللي تناثر بالاجواء بقرر. نحن مش بس ارضنا طاهره لان انجبلت بالدم، نحن هوانا طاهر لانه شذرات دمهم ولحمهم تناثرت في الهواء.
الوحدة الوطنية رفيق الحريري اللي كان الداعم الأول للمقاومة، بغض النظر إذا كانت مقاومة شيعية مسلمة ولا غير شيء. هيدي المقاومة اللي هي دافعت وحمت الوطن لازم يفهم إنه هي اللي لازم تكون إلها الكلمة الأولى. هلا شبابنا، دم شبابنا، شو ما كان انتمائهم، الكلمة الأولى إلهم. وللشباب يلي هلا عم بتقاوم وعم بتدافع عن هالوطن، مش للعدو، ما في مجال للتفاوض مع عدو ما بيعرف لغته بس الإجرام والقتل والهيمنة والاجتياح. هيدا ابني دكتور حكيم السنان استشهد بالحرب الماضية، رفض انه يترك ارضه وبلده، بقي ليقدم اي دور بيقدر يقوم فيه بارضه بضيعته بالجنوب، واستشهد بحرب الماضية. الله يرحم ترابه، هو موجود معنا وروحه موجودة معنا، وهو اللي عم بيقويني، وهو اللي عم بيقول لي يا ماما كفي، يا ماما انزلي أنا معك، أنا روحي موجودة معك، وانزلي واحكي باسمي وباسم كل الشهداء الله يرحمهم.
أنا اليوم مش جاي بس لأطرد، أنا جاي وافي هون لأني بآمن إنه دم شبابنا ما رح يروح هدر، وحابة يوصل رسالة للحكومة الصهيونية اللي عنا ولإسرائيل إنه إذا مفكرين إنه الحرب رح تطول نحن منخاف، بالعكس يعني غلطانين كتير. نحن أبناء ذلك الإمام الذي قال قبل الموت تهددني يا ابن الطلقاء، أما علمت أن الموت لنا عادة وكرامتنا من الله الشهادة. نحن هيك عقيدتنا وهيك بصيرتنا وهيك بنشوف الحياة، وهيدا مصدر الصبر اللي عنا أصلا لأشهد العالم، لأدهش العالم عفوا. بحب أنا اليوم كل يوم مع يوم عم زيد ثقة وثبات بهيدي المقاومة، لأني عارفة إنه ما غير عم يحمينا بهالبلد. وبحب وجه تحية لشبابنا اللي بالميدان الله يحميهم، وللشيخ نعيم قاسم بحب وجه له رسالة ويا ريت يسمعني. السلام عليك معزا لنا مذلا لهم، نكمل نحن وراك، كمل مسيرتك، الله ينصرك ويثبت خطاك، ما رح نخذله أبدا.
Let me just say, so I talk a lot, obviously. I broadcast, like, I don't know, a lot. I've said more words than most humans on the planet. Probably written more words than most humans on the planet, too. Like, probably tens of millions. And in terms of the work that I've produced, in terms of speaking, thousands of hours, probably hundreds of thousands of hours. All right? That last person who spoke, this young woman, is one of the most eloquent public speakers I've ever seen in my life. I don't know how old she is, it's hard to tell. She's maybe 16 to 25, if I had to ballpark it. I think Hezbollah knows, too. I mean, ma'am, I just want to let you know, God bless you. Ma'am, Nassim Qasem absolutely saw you, okay, saying that. And Hezbollah saw that too, and they are you shouldn't be a journalist right now because Israel will probably target you, and you need to be careful. But you are an incredibly talented individual, and you need to use that talent to protect your people. They need you. You are the voice of your people. You just have it down. Somebody deliver this message to this dear young woman. The people of Lebanon need her. She's really good at talking. You don't even need to look at the screen. Just listen to how she talks. I'll let it run one more time. She's just incredibly good at talking.
أنا اليوم مش جاي بس لأطرد، أنا جاي وافي هون لأني بآمن إنه دم شبابنا ما رح يروح هدر، وحابة يوصل رسالة للحكومة الصهيونية اللي عنا ولإسرائيل إنه إذا مفكرين إنه الحرب رح تطول نحن منخاف، بالعكس يعني غلطانين كتير. نحن أبناء ذلك الإمام الذي قال قبل الموت تهددني يا ابن الطلقاء، أما علمت أن الموت لنا عادة وكرامتنا من الله الشهادة. نحن هيك عقيدتنا وهيك بصيرتنا وهيك بنشوف الحياة، وهيدا مصدر الصبر اللي عنا أصلا لأشهد العالم، لأدهش العالم عفوا. بحب أنا اليوم كل يوم مع يوم عم زيد ثقة وثبات بهيدي المقاومة، لأني عارفة إنه ما غير عم يحمينا بهالبلد. وبحب وجه تحية لشبابنا اللي بالميدان الله يحميهم، وللشيخ نعيم قاسم بحب وجه له رسالة ويا ريت يسمعني. السلام عليك معزا لنا مذلا لهم، نكمل نحن وراك، كمل مسيرتك، الله ينصرك ويثبت خطاك، ما رح نخذله أبدا.
So, here's what's going on. Earlier today, you may have seen these reports about Lebanon and Israel having peace talks. It's not. It's the faux, non-existent government of Lebanon, which doesn't have any power or an army, really, or any security control over the state. Just asserting itself. The government of Lebanon, ironically, is kind of like the Houthis. The Houthis just assert that they're the government of Yemen. They're just hoping enough people will just accept it. They've done this for years. They just call themselves the Yemenis army. They call themselves the Yemenis government, the security services. We'll look at something they released today, actually, about like how to detect Israeli agents operating in Yemen. But the point is, they're not really the government of Yemen, because under international law, when you're in a civil war, both sides are declaring themselves the government, and the community waits for the war to be fought. In Yemen, it's different because the Houthis are fighting this war of attrition that goes back to 2014 against the Yemenis National Council in the south. The Yemenis National Council are backed by Saudi Arabia. The Houthis are backed by Iran. The Houthis are one of the axis of resistance that Iran works with. They're in Yemen. In Lebanon, Hezbollah is more than an axis of resistance. Hezbollah dates back to like when the Iranian Revolution happened. Let me show you a video that Hezbollah put out today. It's from like 1980 something. Let me just show you before I take you to like how Hezbollah responded to what Israel and the faux government of Lebanon were trying to do. I don't mean to call them the faux government, but they're basically just asserting that they are the government of Lebanon with no power to actually effectuate anything that would legitimately justify calling them a state. That's the best way I can explain it to you. So what I want to show you is what Hezbollah put out today. I don't remember when I retweeted it, but let me just show you. It was a really good historical perspective. It's not, I don't think they talk over it. It's just a video of like the 1980s in Lebanon. Let me see if I can find it. Where is it? I watched it earlier. It was really good. I need to find it. I have a compulsion. When I want to show something, I'm gonna show it. No, it wasn't that. It was this one. Here we go. So this is from 1984. Let me just show you how long Hezbollah. Oh, hold on. It's taking a second. It'll buffer. It's just buffering. Let me just show you how long Hezbollah has been in Lebanon. Having just a frame drop issue. Let me just show you how long Hezbollah has been in Lebanon. What's going on here? Why are you bothering me? Where's my stream? Buffer issue. Where is my stream? I'm very frustrated. Where is it? Come on now. My encoder is running. Give me 1 second. That was very frustrating. What's going on here? My encoder is running. Hello. We just had a really weird drop. I've never had that kind of drop before. I was able to get it to reboot. There's something going on with the internet in the United States. I'm gonna tell you that now. It's not my internet. There's something going on with the websites. Twitter was acting really weird. Oh, Trifecta from Maine. Good thing I came back. Trifecta from Maine, in celebration of us returning, has just launched what is an incredible membership parade. If your name is Mr. Man, The Tall Glass, Rabadavaco, Chi-Town Felon, Michael Jose Murray, it's me, Andrea, Honeycutt, Julie, craziest person on earth, hello, Debbie Bros, or Side Eye, welcome. You all just got towel memberships from the wonderful Trifecta from Maine. It was your reward for making it through the turbulence. There's something going on with the websites. Twitter was acting weird. YouTube just acted really weird to get it to keep going. I had to like resend it packets. That was weird. I never have to do that. It's not my internet. Everything's working fine here. But to get this, like, YouTube had this weird thing happen where it thought it wasn't getting packets when it was. And to get it to, like, kick in, I had to restart the packet stream. It was odd. Good thing I use an RTMP client. If you were using, like, a middleman client, it may not have picked up on that because the client thought it was actually doing fine. That was an odd error. We need to watch this tonight. There might be some turbulence on AirTowel. It has nothing to do with me. There's something weird with the American internet. I don't know if it's an AWS issue, Amazon Web Services, or what, but I'm just going to let you kind of get caught up. God bless you, Trifecta from Maine. That was so kind of you. If you don't know what getting a membership means, it means you just unlocked like a really cool feature, which is our special emojis. So you now have like towel emojis. Oh, that was so kind of you. So if you heard your name called or saw your name in the chat, you have all these special emojis. Primo's dog is an emoji. Bunny Towel Mom's dog, Kofi, is an emoji. Kofi was on a walk earlier. We just have all these sweet emojis. We have a goat emoji. We have a Chloe the dog and a wig emoji. We had a little buffer issue there. It wasn't me, actually. It was actually the YouTube studio. But anyway, we're back. Everything looks stable. I wanted to give it a minute or two. Everything seems fine. Alright, we're back. I'm going to show you, so where we got, like, interrupted. It wasn't an interruption, actually. There was just a strange error that, not even an error. My client was sending data fine, and the YouTube studio thought it wasn't getting data. I was able to get the client to restart the RTMP feed, and it caught, like, again, but I'm giving it a minute. I'm just seeing if the turbulence is stable. Everything seems fine. So my point is, Hezbollah in Lebanon is not a new group. They're very old. They are not just like a group that popped up because Iran wanted a resistance axis. They're a group that arose out of a conflict between 1979 and 1982 in South Lebanon, where Israel was trying to like bulldoze houses as a form of ethnic cleansing to take over the land. It's the same land they're fighting over now. It's the communities like north of Kiryat Shimona, kind of near El Qaim, and then over to the west near Al Nakura, and then north of Al Nakura is Sort, and then north of Sort is Beirut. But like the area we're talking about ends like halfway between Sort and Beirut at a river called the Litani. And so we're talking about the villages in South Lebanon, like from the Litani River, like south to the what's called Blue Line. Now, all of this after 2006 was under something called the UN Resolution 1701, which has to do with the ceasefire, but that's another conflict. So at the time of this video, there wasn't a ceasefire like resolution from the Security Council. The only resolutions from the Security Council that are binding are the only resolutions from the UN that are binding are from the Security Council. So this at this time it wasn't anything except for like Hezbollah fighting to stop Israel from taking the territory of southern Lebanon. So who do you think the Lebanese people over the past 50 years have attributed their ability to retain their territory to? The current government or Hezbollah? That's why it's outrageous for Israel, because they're malicious under Bibi, like the government, Bibi in particular, or the United States because they just don't understand. The current administration wouldn't understand if you begged them. They just think Hezbollah. My guess is that the Israeli perspective is more nuanced to the history, but I would guess the Americans think Hezbollah is just kind of like, especially President Trump, Hezbollah is just some like militant army, like with small arms. They're not. They have 200,000 missiles and drones, and they make more every day. Let me show you them back in 1982, though. This is military stock footage from the news.
ولن نخضع لا لن نركع لن نركع لا لن نهزم لن نخضع فلتخرس كل الأطواق ولتدوي صيحات المدفع حسينيون لن نركع حسينيون لن نخضع المكفور ينادينا ويقض هدوء ليالينا صوت المكفور ينادينا ويقض هدوء ليالينا لن نغمض عينا أو جفنا لن نرضى بالذل ونخضع حسينيون لن نركع حسينيون لن نخضع بركان لا يخمد نحن زلزال لن يخمد نحن بركان لا يخمد نحن زلزال لن يخمد سنذق الظالم فلتشهد يا كل العالم ولتسمع حسينيون لن نركع حسينيون لن نخضع محروما واحد سنقاتل دوما ونجاهد لن نترك محروما واحد سنقاتل دوما ونجاهد السطر قريبا لن عائد وخميني القائد والمرجع خمينيون لن نركع خمينيون لن نخضع صهيونا وكلابا ونعيد للحق نصابا ننزل صهيونا وكلابا ونعيد للحق نصابا فنعود القدس محررة نجم الإسلام بها يسطع حسينيون لن نركع
right, so this was right after the Iranian Revolution. That was 84. People have to understand, Hezbollah is trying to, like their war media office, just like every side puts out content we have to look at. Hezbollah's war media office does not just say things, that's very vulgar. They just try to encode it in what they put out there, trying to tell you. That was them in 84. Do you know what they're like today? They are a modern military. They have to be... Classifying Hezbollah as a terrorist organization is the biggest insult to the Lebanese people. Not all of them. I'm not going to speak for them. But seriously, people gotta stop speaking for the Lebanese people just because they don't like Hezbollah. The other people involved in this conflict don't like Hezbollah. You know what Iran's going to do? If people keep doing this, Iran is going to impose Hezbollah as the government of Lebanon. And frankly, it's better to just let the Lebanese people vote. Why are we not doing that? Why are you artificially, undemocratically preventing the Lebanese people from embracing Hezbollah as part of the government, the military? It's so dumb. It's what's causing a majority of the conflict. So if you're wondering, that's what's happened. There's been a kind of reaction against what the Israelis and America and the Lebanese government are doing in Washington this morning. To say there has been a reaction is an understatement. There was immediately attacks in northern Israel. I'll show you the results of them. It was in, I believe, Kiryat Shimona. Israel also attacked multiple places in Lebanon. So it just did not, it set off a very bad, series of events. So this is Nakura, okay, which is in the southeast of Lebanon. This is Nakura earlier. Oh, I forgot to give you a sound warning. Sound warning. I did try. This is Nakura in southern. So if you're wondering, it's like Israel is insistent on continuing this war while negotiating with a government in Lebanon that does not represent the people of Lebanon or protect. Israel wants to make Lebanon a vassal state like Jordan, and the people of Lebanon and the people of Hezbollah, the part of the sort of army fight, the actual participant to the conflict, does not recognize what Israel and Lebanon are doing. Lebanon in America. Meanwhile, over the past week or two, Israel has just been demolishing homes in southern Lebanon. And as that footage comes out, and as the government of Lebanon attempts to negotiate with, that was Ali Hashem's, the reporter and my dear friend and colleague's hometown of Nakura. The footage was released today. It's from over the past week or two. And as people start seeing the scale of the destruction, and as Hezbollah has said they will not recognize anything that the government of Lebanon does with Israel in terms of negotiations, Hezbollah started shelling near Netanya. This was earlier, in near Netanya. This is what happened as a reaction to the talks in Washington. That's near Netanya earlier. So this was the Hezbollah response to the Lebanese government trying to negotiate. Hezbollah bomb near Netanya. That's a Hezbollah drone. You don't see those very often. And notice there's no alarms ringing. That's a Hezbollah drone going to attack something. And there's no sirens ringing, there's no interceptors, there's nothing. They're just letting it go. Can you believe that? Hezbollah has air superiority over northern Israel. That's crazy. No wonder they're trying to black this out. Look at that. That is a Hezbollah drone flying unimpeded over near Netanya with no alarms and no sirens. That's not an Israeli drone. That is a Hezbollah drone coming to attack near Netanya earlier. Listen.
הנה על העץ, נתקע בעץ, בן זונה. וואו, זה פיצוץ.
Standing stones. Interestingly, Somaliland is more about Ethiopia. So Israel wants Somaliland to exist, but the reason why the Somaliland is actually The reason why a war is going on down there is because Ethiopia is landlocked. And because Ethiopia, so I'll show you. It has to do, I'll show you more from Neuritania in a second, but that's actually incredible footage. That should not exist. It's incredible that drone got there and there was no sirens, no nothing. So Standing Stones, we're talking about Somalia, which is down here. It's like in Africa. It's kind of north of the, like, of the southern part of Africa. Like here's South Africa, all right? And then like up the coast is Mozambique, then Tanzania, then you get to Kenya, then you get to Somalia, and then you kind of get over to this Mandab al-Bab Strait. And I'll show you why this is so important for a number of reasons. Like Yemen, the reason the Houthis are able to control that strait is because the part of Yemen they control is right. This strait's very important. It's what allows the Suez Canal to function. It goes like through like here, through here. I think it's right here. The Suez Canal floods into this Red Sea, and then the Red Sea has to go through the Mandab al-Bab, what's it called? The Bab al-Mandab Strait. I'll show you a Trey Yingst analyzing that in a second. But the point is, so Djibouti has more military bases than any other country in the world. It has like 40 different military bases from 40 different countries. So it's really an important geostrategic location, this sort of like strait. Now, the Houthis intercept ships like here. I look at a lot of the UK MTO reports when the Houthis do things. It's always they fire like around here. Now, they don't actually blockade because they don't really control down here. It's like a disputed country. Like the country of Yemen's like cut in half. And the southern part is controlled by the Yemenese National Council, but it's not cut in half like this. It's cut in half like this, kind of divided here. And it's that way because Saudi Arabia backs the Yemenese National Council in this part, and then the Houthis up here are backed by Iran. Iran can just send stuff from like over here, wherever they are. Yeah, they're like right here. Iran can just send stuff. They can just send it. They also do a lot of land smuggling. Iran has a lot of routes through the deserts of Saudi Arabia to get weapons to the Houthis right here. They always do it through here. I think it's like, in particular, this area. This is like very controlled Houthi territory, this part of the border. But Saudi Arabia does what it can to keep Iranian weapons out, but also Iran will just ship them right into here. Where's that port? They ship them right into, I think, there, or maybe like a little south. They might ship them into right here. Either way, I think it's actually a little north. Hold on one second. Where is it? Yeah, they ship them into like right here. Their goal, Iran's goal, is to get weapons to this port in Yemen, and then the Houthis can deal with it. They kind of distribute it. But anyway, to get back to the point. So, Standing Stone's question was about Somaliland. Somaliland is not actually about Somalia or Israel or anyone else. It's about Ethiopia. If you look over here, Ethiopia is landlocked. Okay, being landlocked is bad. You need natural seaports to be a country. They hate that Interior blocks their access to the Red Sea, but they're not getting any of Interior. They're not doing anything with Djibouti. That's very protected. And then this is Somaliland. Anytime you see a dotted border like this, it's a disputed border. All right. So this is Ethiopia's territory technically. And then Somaliland is this, the whole border here is disputed, but Somaliland is in particular like up here. No one really has effectively claimed control of this. They claim to be Somaliland, but it's not on the map as Somaliland. It's on the map as kind of like an almost state. The reason, Ethiopia and Somalia have been at war for a while. There's a lot of bombings in Mogadishu. Like, Ethiopia is a pretty, like, strong army. So they will just bomb Mogadishu. And likewise, the Somalians will attack Ethiopia. They are actually kind of in a state of war. So what Ethiopia wants, because they're landlocked, is they want access to the Gulf of Aden. So they want Somaliland. It's like a proxy state. It's really Ethiopia, but Ethiopia can't like just take territory from Somalia. So what Ethiopia is trying to do is create what's called a vassal state which isn't really a state. It's just Ethiopia with another name, so that Ethiopia can control land routes to the Gulf of Aden. It's very important tactically for Ethiopia. I think America has sided with Ethiopia in the conflict. Whenever you, like, we hear a lot about Somalian immigration because that was a bad idea. It's not okay to come to a city and from another country and then like take over all the elected positions and impose a religion. You can't do that. I know what Josiah is, but you can't be doing that in a democracy. So it's easy to vilify Somalians in the United States, which is why they get targeted. But just to be clear, what's actually going on is the United States supports Ethiopia in the war against Somalia. So it's like very tactically beneficial on the international level for Somalians to be vilified. They don't help their cause. They absolutely took advantage of what was going on up in Minnesota or whatever. That was disgusting, the amount of fraud. That's outrageous, bro. That's outrageous. And the Josiah is a concept of like going to a country. It's not necessarily wrong to spread Islam or any religion, but you can't be going to a country to undermine its like political systems. That's what got the Jesuits kicked out of every country on earth except for Russia under Catherine the Great in the 1700s. You have to be tolerant, and they did a bad job up in Minnesota. That was horrible. So anyway, it's not really about that, though. That is a problem. You can't be doing any level of like that, and that's what happened in Minnesota that Nick Soder uncovered was absolutely a disgrace. But it's very important, like geopolitically, for folks to understand the reason Somalians are being vilified is there's a war going on, and Ethiopia wants this piece of land, and America and Israel want Ethiopia to have this piece of land. So that's why Somalians are very vilified. Thank you for your question, Standing Stones. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm giving you your nightly news update. Hi, Francine. Pete Bunnytail, I was so happy to see you yesterday. My friend Francine was thrilled to see Pete Bunnytail. Alright, let us get back to where we need to be. Where are we in the world? There we are. Alright. So let me show you what else has been going on. So let me just show you the fact that there is a Hezbollah drone earlier today flying unimpeded over near Netanya is the reality of the situation on the ground. No one wants you to hear about it because people want Hezbollah to be portrayed as this inefficient force, but they have air superiority. That's just a Hezbollah drone flying over near Netanya unimpeded. My pleasure, Standing Stone. It's always my pleasure to answer your questions, my dear friend. You're wonderful. You have the best questions. Hi, Marcia. How are you, my dear friend? God bless you. You are so wonderful. But yeah, Standing Stones, it's a fascinating situation there. And Somalians on for it. He didn't uncover it. They were already sentenced for the theft. Oh, interesting, Penny. I got to look more into it. I'll read about that. I didn't have a lot of time I'm not saying Somalian fraud in Minnesota is not important, but I didn't have time to read like 70,000 corporate documents about fraud in Minnesota. I would assign that to a division of the DOJ. I think there is a division of the DOJ specifically about that, and then I would make them write me a report. Oh, God bless you, Standing Stones. I was worried about you. This is the damage that drone caused. It just crashed on a main road. It was completely unimpeded. They tried to shoot it down with guns. They failed. Their guns do not work against that. So, what you're looking at is a bunch of IDF reservists. They carry their weapons around to protect, like, from attacks. They're up in Netanya. It's in the north of Israel. It's like north of Haifa. It's right here. Right here. They're standing on the main road of this city. It's a pretty small city. They're standing on the main road, and it just got bombed by a drone that you saw flying over. It's a small drone, but it has a big warhead for comparatively to the drone. It's a very small drone. It's very lightweight, and they're hard to shoot down. So what you just saw was what is the actual reality on the ground in northern Israel. The Israeli government really wants to project this position of strength to negotiate this weird, like, international recognition of a government of Lebanon that doesn't exist, so that they will stop losing in northern Israel. Just need to give you my raw analysis. You need to know. That's my opinion. That's what's actually happening on the ground. I don't know why the government of Israel yes, I do know why. Because they can't admit when they've lost. But, you know, for America, that ship sailed with Vietnam. Alright, now showing you more from Hezbollah. This was released today. It has to do with the capacities targeting the missile site in Miskav Am. It looks to be a PAVEH, P-A-V-E-H, long-range cruise missile. Alright, but we will analyze it. This is the latest from Hezbollah in Lebanon. The attack was carried out on March 24th, but it was released today. Latest from Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. Interesting missile there. I haven't seen that one before. We're always watching that kind of footage, looking at kind of what the missile is, trying to analyze what the different sides are putting out, what their capabilities are, why they're releasing, what the imagery is and what they're releasing, what the missile is. That's a missile they're very proud of. When they're very proud of a missile, I mean, it's not the most proud they've ever been of a missile. When they're really proud, they put the Hezbollah song in it. It actually says Hezbollah over and over. But yeah, they're very proud of this launch. When Hezbollah shows you, I mean, that's a serious missile. This is what Hezbollah fired on the 24th. They're trying to show Israel what they can do. That's not... Does that look like a missile that the IRA would have? Does Hezbollah look like the IRA? They're not. They're trying to tell the people involved in this conflict that they are a serious military and no one's listening. It's a very serious missile. It's the same missile. It's the proverbial name in military terms is called a kill chain video. It's not actually involving anyone dying. It's just called colloquially a kill chain video. You see the missile in the prep. Okay, they're like writing a message. I don't know what that says. Standing Stones does have great art. And then they're showing you the missile launched, the launch position. Then they're showing you the missile launching up in the air. Okay, and then the missile is going off to do its thing, and they didn't get any footage of this one hitting, or they would have included it. So they just have, this one I think ends with the launch. That's a quintessentially Iranian launch, and they use good OPSEC. You can't tell where they launched from. That's why they censor the bottom. Let me show you more from what Hezbollah released. Hezbollah released a pretty good video yesterday that gives insight into kind of their, I don't know, their not their position, but how they think. So I'm going to play that for you. Is it this one? This one might have, no, it's not this one. It's the one that I retweeted. It's this one. Alright, so Hezbollah published this footage yesterday through their war media office. I think it is a good insight to how they think, and that's why we're going to watch it. Oh, it has this song too.
ارمي مسدد عالي جبينك فرزة العز شرايينك يمقاوم نبيل القدك يا شيخون احنا بنرميلك ارمي مسدد عالي جبينك فرزة العز شرايينك يمقاوم نبيل القدك يا شيخون احنا بنرميلك خيبر جينا حيدر فينا صلية النصر تهنينا عزم رجالي وعز جبالي يا لبناني عالج فينك خيبر جينا حيدر فينا صلية النصر تهنينا عزم رجالي وعز جبالي يا لبناني عالج فينك عالج فينك هرزة العز شرايينك يا مقاومنا مين القدك يا شيخونا احنا بنرميلك
Yeah, Hezbollah War Media Office going above and beyond. They even put the English captions. I have to feel that one might have been for us. They don't put English captions on videos, and that was actually Hezbollah's caption. Someone didn't add those. That was the Hezbollah guy just flexing. He's just like, Grant, let me just show you what I can do, bro. Alright. Respect. Hello, translated towel. Now listen, I have a very, not to make a hard turn from what was a very impressive, setting aside the content, not to make a hard turn, but I have a wonderful thing to show you. Standing Stones made me a painting. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's the first time I'm seeing it. You don't understand. That is my painting that Standing Stones made for me. Standing Stones, that's going to be Nikki. It's Nikki, okay? I'm putting it on my wall. Listen, Nikki is going to just be thrilled. I'm thrilled. Listen, that's my Nikki. Okay, Nikki's towel girlfriend. She said hello to you all. She's wonderful. She wants to meet you all. We're trying to decide, how do you want to meet her? Like, what should we do? I think we're going to meet you all in the Discord first. We're going to do a voice call. So if you want to meet me and Nikki, it's going to be a surprise. I don't know when we're going to do it. Just be on the Discord. And we're just randomly going to go on video and show you both of us so you can say hi. She's so wonderful. She makes my heart sing. So anyway, that's me and Nikki. Okay, Standing Stones, I know you had a specific idea as the author, but I have to for various, romantic purposes and also because Nikki makes my heart sing. That's Nikki. Okay, it's Towel and Nikki walking along the banks of the river. Isn't Standing Stones, he's in chat, isn't he just one of the most talented artists? You got it, Standing Stones. Let me see if I can actually, Standing Stones, it doesn't allow that, but what I can do is zoom in. It doesn't allow you, so to protect the painting, it doesn't let you actually look at the whole thing, Standing Stones, which is good. It protects like people from stealing it, but that's the biggest I can do, and then I can do this. How talented is Standing Stones? I mean, how great is that? But yeah, Standing Stones, that's a cool website. It protects your art. It doesn't let people like actually look at or steal the image. You have to just look at it like this. I love it. Yes! We love it. Standing Stones, you have a lot of fans. You're wonderful. We're so proud of you. I think you are the most talented artist. I'm so honored. Not only am I honored, I'm just grateful to know you. This is Standing Stones in chat. He made that. I mean, how can you not look at that and just say, oh my goodness, the level of talent. It's like a Monet. And I'm going to get to meet Standing Stones. You don't understand. We're going to go to coffee. Maybe you do understand. It's so amazing. Francisco, hola mi amigo. Standing Stones. Este arte del Standing Stones. See in el chat. Standing Stones. I have to figure out how to say paint. Otherwise, Francisco won't understand. Hold on. How to say paint in Spanish. It's not a word. Pintar. Francisco. Standing Stones in chat. Pintar. Este arte. Sí. Es verdad. Standing Stones. Pintar. Standing Stones. Pinte. Pintar. Standing Stones puede pintar este y también puede Standing Stones hace pintar este. Es verdad. Para mí es un arte muy importante en mi vida. Sí, también, Francisco, tengo una novia, sí, se llama Nikki. towel girlfriend. Es bien, tengo una novia. Soy un periodista con una novia. Sí, that's the news. Tengo una novia. También en Lebanon, Hezbollah le fusilar de bombas y drones al norte del Israel. Y también creo que hay un problema. Porque el gobierno del government del Lebanon no tiene el confianza de la gente. La gente en Lebanon le gusta Hezbollah. La gente no le gusta el gobierno del Lebanon. Y no entiendo por qué Lebanon y los Estados Unidos y Israel son tuve que hablar con sobre la paz en Lebanon y Israel, porque Hezbollah no cree que el gobierno de Lebanon representar la gente de Lebanon, y la gente de Lebanon cree que el gobierno de Lebanon no está bien. Y también Irán es muy confused porque los Estados Unidos tienen un presidente que no está bien, porque mi presidente no entiendo cómo se dice I think it's like debonair, think in Spanish. I think it's like something pensar. Mi presidente piensa que él es Jesus. No entiendo por qué. La gente en los Estados Unidos no entiende qué está ocurriendo a este momento. En 2 días es posible que Irán y los Estados Unidos voy a hablar en Pakistán alguien, pero no sé. If you're just tuning in, I had to give my friend Francisco Castillo his Spanish news update. Francisco gets a personalized news update in Spanish. Now you might say to yourself, Grant, you don't really have to do that. I know, but every day Francisco gets a personal news update. Now I know a lot of you speak Spanish and you just use the captions, but Francisco is special. He's a very special towel. So he gets a personalized news update in Spanish. So I hope I did well. I left a painting up there because I thought it was a good compliment, as Standing Stone's intellectual erudition juxtaposed with my form of artistic erudition. Rhetorical versus sort of artistic expositions are very similar. The only difference is I use my voice as sort of the paintbrush and the palette and the composition. It's all in one. It's just a different way of doing art, talking. Let's watch a Lego video in honor of art, by the way. Here's the latest. Speaking of Mr. President calling himself Jesus, let's just say the Iranians didn't take very long to respond. Shout out to Lily for this one.
Was lit up at midnight. One image, one account, one post. Nobody planned for 94 million, but that's the number that matters most. White robes and golden light, AI pixels arranged just so. The leader of the free world decided the world needed to know. The Vatican window opened early. White robe.
Breaking. 2 bombs exploded in 2 cars on Imam Khomeini Street in Tehran, near a checkpoint belonging to Bashi forces. They're like the paramilitary of the IRGC. Oh no. There are no injuries and the area has been closed to traffic. Security forces have defused a 3rd bomb and there may be 2 additional cars rigged with explosives. Oh no. Everyone is requested to stay away from the Imam Khomeini Street area. Malik, Ashtar, and Hashem. They have celebrations every night. Oh no. They committed terror attacks in Tehran. Oh no, there have been terror attacks in Tehran. I can confirm what happened. I knew something bad happened. Oh no, there have been terror attacks in Tehran. 2 bombs have exploded in 2 separate cars on Imam Khomeini Street in Tehran. It has just happened. Oh no, it was near a checkpoint belonging to Bashi forces. This is also in an area where people go to protest and gather and celebrate every night. There are no injuries, but the area has been closed to traffic. Security forces have defused a 3rd bomb, and there may be 2 additional cars rigged with explosives. Everyone is requested to stay away from the Imam Khomeini Street area, Malik, Astar, and Hashem. Oh no. Oh no, there's been a terror attack in Tehran. Oh no, they're gonna be very mad. They're gonna bomb Israel. You can't be, they're not gonna think it's a false flag. They're just gonna treat it like it was Israel. Oh no, who did this? Somebody terror attacked Tehran. This is a terrible situation. We're gonna listen to this video, but you gotta know someone has committed a terror attack in Tehran. Oh, this is bad. It's a precursor of very bad things. I didn't know until right now. I'll get you the news report. It broke like within the last hour.
Open gold cross at dawn. The phone said what it said, and the morning calm was gone. Gray hair reading a small screen, expressions moving through the stages. This is what the information age does to institutions that count in centuries, not pages. The Italian prime minister called it unacceptable, which was the 17th time that word was used this week. The press room filled with cameras and the statement they were waiting for to speak. The internet is not a place, it's a condition. 47 million likes is not a joke, it's a position. The church was full on Tuesday. The priest had notes, the congregation had phones. The sacred and the viral, sharing the same bones. Street corner, Latin America. Some laughed, some argued, some just stared. An AI image of a leader, dressed in light they never would have dared. The communications room had no protocol for this. Some had heads and hands, one was laughing, nobody knew what the brief was. The meme factory ran at capacity. The response content launched in waves. The server farm hit maximum. The cooling system worked in graves. Delete button visible, not pressed. 94 million and climbing, that's the rest. No surrender to the algorithm. We feed it what it wants. The Pope closed his window, the post stayed up. God and the internet both work in ways nobody fully understands. Standing by, still uploading, still spreading, still glowing. 94 million, and the count keeps going.
The latest Lego video, taking you now to Tehran, Iran, where I have the latest pictures from the terror attack. There has been a terror attack in Tehran. I have the latest pictures from the ground. Let me show you the exact image. This is where the terror attack took place tonight in Tehran, Iran. Yes, I repeat, there has been multiple explosions, and Tehran, Iran has been attacked by some kind of roadside bomb. Here is the damage.
اینجا همون نقطه اصلی انفجاره که به اسم انفجار انتحاری منتشر شده توی بعضی از رسانه‌ها، در صورتی که حجم انفجار کلاً همین قدره. یه شیشه نوشابه بوده با گاز خندق پر شده. حجم آسیب هم همین قدر و به این صورته که کل آسیبی که اینجا می‌بینین همینه. با هدف رعب و وحشت صدای زیادی داشته و تصور اولیه این بودش که خب احتمالاً انفجار انتحاری شدیدی بوده، ولی در صورتی که نه، این بررسی‌های لازم هم داره صورت بگیره تا توی اولین فرصت مناسب جزئیات دقیقی ارائه بشه. برآورد اولیه و اون چیزی که مسلمه این که شیشه نوشابه و گاز خندق بوده و حالا اطلاعات بیشتر قطعا منتشر خواهد شد. اینجا همون نقطه اصلی انفجاره که به اسم انفجار انتحاری منتشر شده توی بعضی از رسانه‌ها، در صورتی که حجم انفجار کلاً همین قدره. یه شیشه نوشابه بوده با گاز خندق پر شده. حجم آسیب هم همین قدر و به این صورته که کل آسیبی که اینجا می‌بینین همینه. با هدف رعب و وحشت صدای زیادی داشته و تصور اولیه این بودش که خب احتمالاً انفجار انتحاری شدیدی بوده، ولی در صورتی که نه، این بررسی‌های لازم هم داره صورت بگیره تا توی اولین فرصت مناسب جزئیات دقیقی ارائه بشه. برآورد
Yeah, it's unclear, translator tell exactly what happened. I'm trying to... Oh, hold on. It's unclear, translator tell exactly what happened. I'm trying to get you the latest. There's some buffering going on. The buffering will go away in a second. Translator tell, let me show you the latest. Take a look at this, translator tell. This is the latest. Okay, I'm not exactly sure what happened. Let me just give you the latest readout and then I'll show you the pictures. I wasn't there. I just have these pictures, obviously.
Conversation. Breaking. The explosion was caused by a homemade explosive device. Minor damage and no injuries. An hour ago, 2 homemade gas-based explosive devices detonated on Imam Khomeini Street in Tehran's 10th district, near Jehan. Field investigations conducted by Fars news agency's correspondent revealed that the explosion shattered windows of 3 houses and caused minor damage to 2 cars. The incident resulted in no injuries, the 2 devices detonated partially, and 3 people sustained minor injuries. Breaking.
Okay, that's the latest. Oh, Mimi! Mimi, listen, Doc's first goat. Oh, Mimi, Doc's first goat was named Ellie. Oh, it's wonderful. Mimi says, save the goats, Ellie and all her family and the shepherd's herd we saw in the early days of the war. I will never forget the day with the compassionate shepherd with his goats. Oh, Mimi, after I show these pictures, I have to show this for Mimi. Listen, Mimi is the most wonderful person in the world. Mimi, those goats made such an impact on my life. It became a symbol of peace. Now listen, Mimi deserves this, okay? I am gonna show you all the goats. Let me find them. Hold on. Mimi, I'm gonna show them the goats. And I'm gonna show Mimi the goats. Mimi loves the goats. I know docs, it turns out a lot of you have goats. Mimi has met like 3 people over the past few days that have goats. Mimi has a baby goat named Ellie. Now let me just show you, if you're wondering, Grant, can you tell us a little bit about why you all love goats and talk about goats before we figure out what happened in Tehran? Yes, Mimi, it's the video from March 9th, the greatest video. It's the goats. They were displaced from southern Lebanon along with 1 million other people. They were traveling on March 9th through Beirut. We just want to know that they're okay. Save the goats. Hashtag save the goats. Hashtag save those specific goats. Wait till you see the baby goat. He's walking at the end. He's a little lame. Look at the baby goat. He's got an injured little leg. Oh, he's a baby goat. Mimi loves goats. Look at him. Now one of the goats is getting carried on a horse. Look at the little goat getting carried on a horse. Hold on, where is he? There he is. Oh, he's just riding on the horse. He's having the day of his life. He's a goat on a horse. Mimi's just thrilled. I should do a goat-based poll. Yeah, okay, I can do that. Actually, I can't do it now, but tomorrow, Mimi, I'm doing a special goat-based poll for you tomorrow. Special goat-based poll for Mimi, because the poll's already running, but and Doc Watson. I'm doing a special goat-based poll you don't understand. No one can stop me. In fact, I think you're all going to love the idea. So anyway, we have a situation. There has been a terror attack in Tehran. They expect an Iranian response within like an hour. They might do it in writing, or they might just attack Israel. It really depends on who they think bombed them. If you're wondering why this is a big deal, this is what Tehran tonight is like. It's just people out and about. And there was a terror attack on them. It's just civilians out and about. It wasn't like wartime. They're just out and about. So they're just on the streets and someone bombed them. We don't know who. It's unknown. It's an unknown assailant. We don't know how they got the bombs there. We don't know who bombed them or why. All we know is there are like bombers on the loose. Somebody has committed a terror attack in Tehran. Yeah, I think if you're to the point where you have to commit terror attacks against the Iranian population, you've really lost the war. They're just gonna get mad now. You can't just commit terror attacks in Tehran. That's really not good. It's gonna cause a serious problem. Alright, so as to J.D. Vance, he's not doing well. He's broadcasting this event live on the White House feed, and he's getting heckled at his own Turning Point conference. Take a listen.
So if you want to complain about what happened in Gaza, so if you want, sir, to complain about what happened in Gaza, why don't you complain about Joe Biden in the last administration? We're the administration that solved that problem. And by the way, not only was our administration the administration that solved the problem, but the president. Excuse me, sir.
Oh!
Right now, you see more humanitarian aid coming into Gaza than it has any time in the past 5 years.
Oh my word, he said you're killing children to the vice president, and they let him stay. There was a time where people used to get tased for saying that to the president. Oh my goodness, he said you're killing children to the vice president, and nobody even reacted. They were like, yeah, he is. That's at a very conservative friendly place too. He got heckled by his own people. They're very strict. Oh my word. Oh my word, this is embarrassing. This is our own people just shaming him. That's not it's a guy he's debating with in the crowd at a Turning Point event, and it's on the White House live feed, and he just got humiliated. The guy screamed very audibly, "You're killing children," to the vice president, and he just stood there and took it. Oh my word, dude. Oh, this is bad. Turning Point was never gonna be a thing after Charlie Kirk. God rest his soul. He really inspired me to feel comfortable talking about Jesus. You can look back at my coverage of the absolutely horrific assassination of Charlie Kirk, and I have kind of questioned, the Democratic Party left me, but it wasn't until I saw Charlie Kirk just kind of going onto college campuses and talking about Jesus that I was like, well, I can talk about Jesus then. So I did. He really inspired me. I'm not kidding. I was very mad when he was assassinated. I thought it was extremely disgusting and offensive to my country, and I want to know who did it. And it wasn't that dude. There's no way it was that dude. No furry talks like that on Discord, bro. I watched the news report on furries in Portland. They are a little odd. Let me just tell you, I read those FBI messages. Those furries don't talk like that. And that dude was definitely a furry. And his, whatever dude was a furry. And that's cool. No judgment. I'm not into it. But you want to be a furry, bro? That's cool. But furries don't talk like FBI agents, bro. They're furries. So anyway, my point is, it was disgusting, and Charlie really inspired me to feel comfortable about talking publicly about Jesus, which I now do to 180 countries on the regular. We talk about the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him as well. We talk about the Jewish religion. We talk about pagans. Miss Wichiwas is our wonderful resident pagan. We learn about the trees and all sorts of different spirituality. But my point is, it was kind of weird for a little while there to talk about Jesus in America. It really upset me. You can be whatever faith you want. I just like Jesus. So I wanted to talk about Jesus, but I felt like you really couldn't, or you would just kind of be ostracized. But then Charlie Kirk was going to college campuses, and all these people were listening to him. So I was like, well, if the youth want to listen to Charlie talk about Jesus, I can totally talk about Jesus. So there you go. I really was sad when he was assassinated. If you look at my coverage of that, I'm just really sad. I get angry about certain political things, but combined death and taking away someone who inspired me about Jesus, I was very sad. Juxtapose Charlie Kirk with Mr. President. Charlie Kirk was a very smart man, and Charlie Kirk would never call himself Jesus. Charlie Kirk knew the scripture by heart. I know some scripture by heart, like Matthew 25:31-46. We're going to talk about that in a minute, because somebody, Tom, whatever his name is, the ice dude, said something dumb. And then I'm going to read scripture to you. But my point is, Charlie would never compare himself to Jesus. Are you kidding me? He was such a good man. And when they killed him, I don't know who did it. I'm going to find out. I think it was a foreign state actor. I'm going to find out, and I'm going to get him justice. Mark my words. We won't have that. Nope, you took my country away in 1963, and I'm taking it back. I'm going to have the support of the entire country. You're not doing it again. No violence. No bad Baal worshippers. None of that. None of it. Don't make me play the Lego video. Don't make me do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Don't make me do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm getting really mad now about Charlie's assassination. And I'm over the sadness. I was very sad for a long time. He really inspired me to like Jesus. I liked Jesus before, but he inspired me to... When you like Jesus and feel comfortable talking about it, it's really rewarding. And he brought that to my life, and then they killed him, and I'm mad. I was sad for a long time, and now I'm upset. So I'm going to play the Lego video. You know what? Because we deserve it for Charlie. I'm playing a Lego video. You deserve it. The people who killed him deserve to go to jail, and I'm going to find them. I'm going to find them. And we're going to play this video.
Hey, Orange
mad.
Pig. America first? Oops. Oh boy, that was the slogan you stole. But Bibi's pulling strings and your vote is getting cold. We're not just fighting for Iran, hear this clear. Your people reached out to us. Yeah, we got the DMs here. If one nation's gonna stand against the Epstein regime's fear, it's us till the last breath. We've been doing it for years. We're standing here for everyone your system ever wrong. They've known all along the enemy was always you. The real threat wore a suit and sung a patriotic song while selling their own citizens and calling it strong. Stealing from your own people, making them bleed, taking tax dollars just to fund your own greed. Ain't waking up to the lies, the illusions of burst. You screamed America first, nah, you put losers first. Make Israel great again. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all. We saw everything. If the public ever saw the files, man, the planet would shake from the level of filth and the crimes in your wake. No wonder Jeff called you the worst, you degenerate snake. You claimed you never set foot. You went 40 plus times. You sick bastard, you cooked. We stepping up to the plate. Epstein regime gotta fall. You fake Christian elite sacrificing the ball. Demon, you talk real big for a man with tiny hands. Tiny hands, tiny things, tiny everything. We saw everything, and word got out. The smallness kinda expands. No wonder all those rage tweets, all those desperate rants. Overcompensating bully, always causing a scene. You said you love losers. Well, look at your team. Your government is run by. Your government is run by pedophiles.
I'm gonna try to remember the exact quote, but he said that God is never on the side of those who wield the sword. God is never on the side of those who wield the sword. I'm pretty sure that he said that exact statement. Now, on the one hand, again, I like that the Pope is an advocate for peace. I think that's certainly one of his roles. On the other hand, how can you say that God is never on the side of those who wield the sword? Was God on the side of the Americans who liberated France from the Nazis? Was God on the side of the Americans who liberated Holocaust camps and liberated those innocent people from those who had survived the Holocaust?
Song while selling their own citizens.
I certainly think the answer is yes, and I agree. Jesus Christ does not. I agree. Jesus Christ certainly does not support suicide. Whoever yelled that out from the dark, he certainly does not. I think that's pretty easy. I think that's a pretty easy principle.
Israel great again.
Okay, so here's a guy. Let me just say this. This is a guy. No.
They lied to you all. We saw everything. If the public ever saw the files, man, the planet would shake from the level of filth and the crimes in your wake. No wonder Jeff called you the worst, you degenerate snake. You claimed you never set foot. You went 40 plus times. You sick bastard, you cooked. We stepping up to the plate. Epstein regime gotta fall. You fake Christian elite sacrificing the ball. Demon, you talk real big for a man with tiny hands. Tiny hands, tiny things, tiny everything. We saw everything, and word got out. The smallness kinda expands. No wonder all those rage tweets, all those desperate rants. Overcompensating bully, always causing a scene. You said you love losers. Well, look at your team. Your government is run by. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all.
Yeah, I did it to him. You know I had to do it to him. I mean, this is outrageous. It's just the most outrageous situation. It's not even news. It is, reality is a parody of itself. We are in the collapse of the space-time continuum, and we're going to emerge, like going through that uncomfortable 90 minutes after you take L to the other side, and it will be glorious, but it's going to be a little bumpy. This is worse than, I mean, it's better than a Monty Python skit in the sense that John Cleese couldn't write it, but it's worse because it's the most absurd historical dialectic I've ever seen. What the hell is this? The thesis is, like, Baal worshippers are running the United States and Israel, not the people of Israel, the actual government. So Baal, let me understand this. So let me put this in Hegelian terms, if you don't mind. Let me just, we'll watch the Pete Hagseth video next, but let me just put this in Hegelian terms while this Lego video plays, okay? I'm going to be your didactic instructor. This is a pedagogical moment. All right, so in Hegelian terms, you got to understand the framework. So Hegel's theory of history, it's called the historical dialectic. Basically, you have the thesis, which is the predominant cultural archetype, and then you have the antithesis, which is like the antithetical cultural archetype. That's a recursive definition, but Webster's does it so. Anyway, you can't define a word with another word, Webster's. That's outrageous. The same one definition is just a word again, in a different form without, like, the verbification. Verbify is a word, by the way. I didn't think it was a word. I thought I made it up. I'm not smart. It's actually a word. Anyway, so you have the historical dialectic, which is the predominant cultural archetype, which is the thesis. Then you have the antithesis, which is like the counterculture. Then you have them clashing together, like, over time into the synthesis, which becomes the predominant cultural thesis. Now, you can think of this as made manifest very reflexively and recursively, and in a way that I think is very nice as a microcosm for Hegel's thought. You can look at the way that Hegel's body of work, Hegel was like a philosopher that was writing in the 1800s. You got to understand, it's really complicated. So Kant was this professor, okay? He was like a Privandant at Königsberg, and he kind of changed like Western thought in like 1790 because he kind of explained the tension between the material and the non-temporal world. Like, a chair is a chair because we call it a chair. He also created the categorical imperative, which is like the idea that universal morality is judged by how you... It's like a secular version of morality. Kant was raised by this very pious group of nuns. And, like, his mom was really religious. She was in this really religious sect. And so he has, like, a lot of foundational Christian ethos to his philosophy, but it's fundamentally the birth of secular moralism. And it kind of is embodied in the Kantian ideal. You gotta read, like, the Critique of Pure Reason, the Critique of Practical Reason. You gotta read the Critique of Practical Reason. We were not playing that next video. You gotta read the Critique of Pure Reason. You gotta read, like, a bunch of different texts from Kant, like the groundworks for the metaphysics of morals. And you gotta read Perpetual Peace, like, to actually understand. Like, Kant also had this great distinction between public and private reason. It's not what you think. Public reason is let me back up. It's converse in Kant. Private reason is the reason that you engage in, like, it's paradoxical, but it's the reason that you engage in the context of your official position while speaking publicly. It's really odd, and it's defined as private reason because you aren't fully empowered to express yourself in the Kantian conception of private reason when you're speaking publicly in your official position. And so Kant draws he kind of distinguishes that from your public reason, which paradoxically is the reason that you use privately without any hindrances in the, like, by virtue of your official position. Kant, like, kind of worked himself into a shoot a lot of the time. I don't know what was in his tea or what the hell he was doing. He wasn't Nietzsche, but he was just very aloof. He was definitely on the spectrum. The citizens of Königsberg could set their watch to his walk every day. He did the same thing every day for like 40 years. He was an incredible man, but the point is, the dude like worked himself into a shoot all the time, and like he didn't really define public and private reason, right? Like he was listening to too much like opera. I don't know. He was very obtuse with his words. Germans waffle a lot. If you read German philosophy, it's a lot of waffling. They use very obtuse words to express very simple concepts that if they had just Kant, I would say, encoded his language a little more accessibly than Nietzsche. But Germans just like to waffle. Oh my goodness. Like especially in the 17th and 18th century. Dude, it takes like 4 years to read all of these texts and they just waffle. They go and go and go and go. Oh my goodness, you should read The Phenomenology of Spirit by Hegel. I've never seen one man waffle so much in one text. He like somebody should give that man a waffle. Like if penguins waddle, Hegel should waffle, because all he does is waffle. It's great philosophy, but the man waffles more than a Waffle House. It's outrageous. Anyway, so my point is, like in the Kantian canon, you kind of have the emergence of like a universal secular morality. You could argue that the like European Enlightenment really like crystallized in the thought of Immanuel Kant. You got a little bit of a latency like in 1648, like between the emergence of the modern nation state after the Peace of Westphalia. Kind of forgot about Poland though. Anyway, nobody wanted Poland. Damn Poland, can't even into space. We love the Poles, though. God bless Poland. Anyway, Poland was a little bit of a problem after the Westphalian Peace of 1648. They just forgot them. Anyway, so, you know, that's a Monty Python reference. I'm just saying. So anyway, there's a little bit of a latency between, like, I'd say, arguably, like, the European Enlightenment began, I guess you could say it began with the de Medicis in Venice, but it was like a very totalitarian form of enlightenment because they were kind of being like chased by the Pope. Scientists tend to be a little bit like devil worshipy, so like the Pope tried to do the whole Inquisition thing, and you know, so the emergence of like modern political thought, and I guess you could argue the European Enlightenment was kind of like what happened was, in like unlike Friday the 13th in like the 12th century, the Pope got a little bit mad. It wasn't just the Pope, it was the King of France. It was actually not really France at the time. It was like the Savoyard like region of France. I don't remember. Anyway, there was this kind of like body. They were very, what's the word for this? Oh goodness. They were very historically orientated and, you know, scientifically orientated, illuminate, you know, we are God ourselves. Like, they were very blasphemous. And, you know, the Pope didn't really like them. He tolerated them because they were bankers. They go by a lot of names. We're not going down that. Just know, like, a bad thing happened on Friday the 13th in, like, 1173 or something. And for like 400 years, there was a little bit of a problem where like all people of like intellectual lineage, or like anyone who was an intellectual that wasn't in the church, was kind of viewed as like a very dangerous heretic. Knowledge was kind of viewed as like enabling Baal worship. Now, I don't know, there's a big debate about whether progress in the arts and sciences tends to corrupt or purify morals. It goes back to like a question posed by the Parisian Academy of Arts and Sciences in like 1798. But that's what Rousseau was responding to when he wrote the first discourse. Might be the second discourse. You should read both. Anyway, the point is, like, I don't know. It's a really tough question as to like whether, like, I think a lot of academic, it's a really tough question. Is the ivory tower, like, is academia a net positive or a net negative? Education is a net positive, obviously. The way we're doing it, especially in the West, I don't know. It creates these ivory towers of power that are like adjacent to the political class that exert their influence through the intelligence community. It's very subversive. So like the intelligentsia are very dangerous, not because of like their constituent makeup, but just because, like, I've been inside it, they're really freaking powerful. Everybody in academia, the government has less power than the people in these schools because they're all intel. Dude, you should see the headhunters for intel in these schools. They're everywhere. It's everywhere. every campus, do professors are headhunters for the intelligence community, because the intelligence community runs academia. So you got to understand, like, the church knows this. Okay, the church is acutely aware of how power functions. They've been around forever. And so the church kind of tried to suppress the intelligentsia for like 500 years. What you get with like Machiavelli, it wasn't really Machiavelli, his patrons were the de Medicis. There were lots of thinkers like Machiavelli. The adage is there's a Michelangelo on every street corner in Rome. But a more appropriate adage is like there's always like thinkers that have good ideas. It's who the state wants to back that normally gets heard. I'm a very rare exception. You can't get a worldwide audience of 180 countries normally without some kind of backing, unless you're very lucky or have God behind you. I don't know. Like, God bless like all of you. I don't know how it happens, but like it's not supposed to happen. Okay. So, like, back then, the only reason Machiavelli and the Prince, which is, like, that's probably, like, a good demarcation point for the emergence of the intellectual enlightenment. Like, it's really the Renaissance, but you gotta, like, the Renaissance was one side effect of the intellectual enlightenment. And anyway, so the intellectual enlightenment starts with Machiavelli writing to, like, at the patronage of the de Medicis to justify, like, their control over the city-state of Venice. You got to understand how so Italy now, after 1948, if you want to understand it, read a really good book called Making Democracy Work, Civic Traditions in Modern Italy. But if you want to understand Machiavelli, you got to understand, like, the way city-states functioned in, like, 1550 in like, Italy, in particular Venice, and, like, the way the trade routes ran, like the spice trade ran through Venice, and like there was a lot of just money in Venice and Florence and like the states of Italy. They weren't a country, they were states run by kind of like the black nobility, like these families that are still very powerful, like extremely powerful. So anyway, now they're not actually black, they're just called the black nobility. So these folks, okay, like a lot of them have like created popes, the families that we're talking about, but back in the day, the biggest one was the de Medici clan, and they ran, I think it was Venice, they might have ran Florence, I don't remember. I've been to where they run, where they like set up shop. It was pretty epic. I think it was Venice. Anyway, so like Machiavelli's writing in 1548 or something in The Prince to justify the de Medici's tyrannical control over their city-state. So it takes a little while. We're going to skip over Hobbes. I don't want to talk about the English Civil War. I'll get a little distracted. But like Hobbes is fascinating because then I'll start talking about the juxtaposition between the Hobbesian and Rousseauian state of nature. But I want to answer the question, so let me just jump forward. So jumping forward to Kant, like you could argue Hobbes kind of like helped the intellectual enlightenment along, but it was really Kant in like 1790, like 1770, 1790. Jefferson was reading him as a contemporary. Like Kant really like set the world aflame. Like I know the church like talks about that language a lot, but Kant did it. He really did. He changed, like he cemented the legacy of the intellectual enlightenment by virtue of creating an externally justified, rational human morality that is, in theory, universal. He used a bad example, like he said, do not lie. That's not a good example of the categorical imperative. It's like act in a way that you can will as a universal moral law for all people to follow at all times. So anyway, don't lie is a bad example, because what if a soldier who's hunting Jews comes to your door and is like, are you hiding Jews? You should lie. So it's a bad example. A better example is treat people as an ends, not a means. That's a far better example. Or like do unto others. But Kant like couldn't push that together. He was kind of rebelled against a little bit against his mother's like putting him in a pious school. I know a lot about Kant. Anyway, so Hegel emerges. You really got to understand Hegel to understand the modern world, not just because of his thought, but because of what time he was writing at. He was writing about 80 years after Kant, right as Kant was dying, like right at the end, like 1820 to like 1870. And Hegel was a genius. I mean, I said he waffled, but bro, you got to be a genius to waffle like that. He was a genius. He didn't even write down most of his stuff. He just lectured like I do, and people would take notes, and they made that into books. Hegel was the greatest mind history has ever seen. I can't tell you everything about Hegel. It's too much. You have to read the Phenomenology of Spirit to really understand Hegel. And it's a long read. It takes a long time to read it. But talking just about his theory of history, which is easier to read, Reason in History is really good. I like the Robert S. Hartman translation. If you read that book, you'll learn, like, Hegel's theory is pretty simple. It's the historical dialectic, like I just talked to you about. So I want to bring this full circle here, like James Joyce, a commodious vicus of recirculation. Joyce got his ideas from Vico, though. Vico was more about a theory of recursive, like recursive historical circles. Hegel has a much better form. Vico's, Gambetto Vico, his theory is okay. Joyce embodied it with the Wake. It's good for intellectually telling a story, but it's not a good theory of history. That's my critique of Finnegan's Wake and Vico's theory of, like, recursi. It's kind of like an analog to Hegel, but it doesn't understand what Hegel understood. Because the historical constellation, it does have a purpose. It's aiming towards something, but it's a universal form, not a content. The content is irrelevant. The content is just an artistic, like, temporal embodiment, like, of a very complex cycle that's bigger than humans. Humans kind of approach asymptotically, but never touch universal truth, by virtue of their, like, artistic expressions of same. So that's why Vico's theory works well to structure the human relationship to truth ex post facto, as explained once it's happened, which is what the Wake is about. It's like one guy he's walking around Dublin after his wife cheated on him and just kind of upset, and he's kind of like envisioning himself and his family and all these different historical archetypes. So it tells the story of human history recursively. That's why it's a good, like, canvas, but it's not a good theory of history. Hegel's theory of history is right, and he was right, he knew he was right, and it's been proven true. So that's why it's so brilliant, and it's the historical dialectic, which is where this lecture started. Sorry about the lecture, I just have to tell you this. It's important for some reason, I don't know why. Normally I don't just lecture about the history of philosophy. So anyway, but it's important. This is like a lot of years of education. If you value this information, you should take it down. But anyway, so Hegel's theory is that there's a predominant, to bring us back, in a commodious vicus of recirculation. Artistic and rhetorically precise, and with a flourish, though I may be. Hegel's historical dialectic is the predominant cultural thesis clashes with the predominant cultural antithesis, and they clash together to form a synthesis, which thus becomes the predominant cultural thesis, and then the cycle repeats. And so it's not that history is aiming towards anything, it's that it has a constituent resonant form. Like, it just exists that way. And what scholars have argued is, like, a very good example of this coming together in the real world is, well, it's manifold. One, you got to understand the city of Vienna, Austria in, like, 1890. That's called the Young Hegelians. A lot of people don't understand who was in Vienna in 1890. Like, the history of the world kind of, like, constellesces, like the constellation of people in Vienna in 1890, which is why Dream Story, which is the basis for Eyes Wide Shut by Kubrick, was written about Vienna in the 1880s and 1890s. It had this, like, bohemian culture that was, like, heavily influenced by Hegel, but also just, like, a lot of absinthe and drugs and, like, prostitutes. I don't know how to explain it. Those dudes were crazy. It was like Stalin and, like, the guy who ran Germany in the 30s, and, like, a bunch, just, like, random people. You look up the list of people in Vienna, Austria, in, like, 1880 and 1890. It's crazy. It's absurd. It shouldn't even be possible. They were all in the same place at the same time, and they were all the young Hegelians. Even Marx was there, and Engels. They were all there. They were all the young Hegelians. Hegel inspired every single one of them. I don't understand. They all just sat around in cafes and, like, smoked cigarettes, drank absinthe, like, apparently hired prostitutes. I'm not kidding you. This is what happened. And, like, they were very debaucherous. They were evil as all hell, bro. That's the origination of, like, satanic circles in the modern world. Vienna, 1880, 1890, first generation young Hegelians. I know what they did. I'm well aware of what they did. They were disgusting. Dare you think the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn running weapons to Spain like on behalf of British intelligence in the late 1880s, 1890s, early 1900s was bad. Wait till you hear about what some of these dudes were doing in Vienna at that same time. It was the worst thing you can imagine. Imagine the debauchery of Epstein and Khashoggi, but in the medieval, like leading up to like the modern industrial era. They were hunting people in freaking cabins in the middle of Belgium. These were the most disgusting, abhorrent people you can imagine. Obviously, they went on to run like the USSR. And do you think it's any coincidence that all the people who were in these satanic circles in Vienna in 1890 and understood Hegel's thought suddenly ruled every country in the world and then committed the worst acts of massacre and genocide anyone has ever seen? I wonder if it's because they were all part of the same Baal-worshipping clique. The Baal worshippers thinking they're so smart. You are not smart hiding behind modern advanced industrial economies. I know what you all did. Anyway, so they're all in Austria. I'm very mad about it. They're all in Austria, in Vienna, in like 1890. And you got to understand not only the manifold nature of the historical constellation of the thinkers and forces and political dynamics of Vienna in 1880 and 1890, and their Baal worshipping, and child sacrifice, and human hunting, and Golden Dawn nonsense, and intelligence community. It all started there. I know what they did. I know what they did. Anyway, that's why Hegel's a very important thinker. But then you have to jump forward to 1942, and you got to look at what happened at Stalingrad on the Volga. All right, so setting aside Operation Barbarossa, that's a fascinating analysis to look at the breakdown in like 41, the winter campaign. Like, he was such a, how can you be so dumb, bro? Just study World War I. Don't have a dual front war. Nobody invades Russia and survives. What are you doing? What are you doing? So anyway, like, seriously, the history of war is just people being stupid and being cocky and doing too many amphetamines. Anyway, so my point is, at Stalingrad on the Volga in 42, it's arguable that Hegel's form and his content met and then created his actual historical, like, dialectic, like 70 years after he died. All right, so let me explain this to you. It's very true that Hegel's form, like if you read Hegel, you can read it for its content or you can read it for what he's saying about what the world looks like, form versus content. It's kind of like procedural versus substantive due process for you lawyers. Anyway, the point is, so he says, like, you can look at the... you can look at Hegel's form and become a Marxist. That's basically the summary. That's like Hegel inspired Marx. Like, not because of what Hegel said, but because of how he said it. So, like, a lot of the Marxists and, like, subsequent communists and socialists were all really Hegelians by other means, but only by virtue of his form. His content inspired, like, Heidegger and Being in Time, and you know what happened in Germany in the 30s, you know, the bad thing. Yeah, he inspired them. So, the problem is, this thinker, Hegel, is very dangerous. He wasn't really a dangerous thinker. It's just what happened to the schools of his thought. They became very radicalized very quickly, and they kind of came to embody, I mean, not so ironically perhaps, like perhaps appropriately, the like historical constellation in 1942 by virtue of the predominant cultural thesis, clashing with the rising cultural antithesis, and them kind of combining to create what some would argue that Russia won, like the Soviet Union won at Stalingrad, but bro, no one won World War II. The only country that won World War II is the United States and its defense industrial base, which established martial aid, and ironically, the martial aid unipolar era was nothing more than a mashup of the left and right of Hegel's school of thought, thus creating the new predominant cultural thesis, thus allowing history to move forward. Now, let me give you an argument for why taking this forward after World War II, there was supposed to be a natural progression of history forward. Okay, there was supposed to be another clash of thesis, antithesis, and we have a synthesis. History moves forward. However, in about like I would say it's actually 1974, when Rumsfeld and Cheney came up in Ford's cabinet, President Ford's cabinet, and they just never left government. They were cowards. They deserved to burn. We'll play a song for them in a moment after I finish this explication of the history of Western thought and how it intertwines with the emergence of the modern geopolitical constellation from a realpolitik perspective. Anyway, so, in like 74, there was this really pernicious ideological view during the time of American unipolarity. So there's unipolarity, which is one state in control of the world. There's bipolarity, which is two states, and then there's multipolarity. It's like poles of the world. Okay, multipolarity, which is multiple states running the world. So, like, in the era of bipolarity between the Soviet Union and America had this, like, especially the Washington Consensus, which is like the leadership and the intelligence community. They had, like, after, like, JFK was dead, these guys thought they were going to eliminate world communism. They, like, had a narrow, like, one-track mind. They were going to eliminate world communism. So, and the reason they wanted to do it was to impose an American hegemon. It means, like, you are the one unipolar state. Their goal was to get the Soviet Union to fall, to kill off the satellites so that America could be the unipolar hegemon. So, in theory, that's what you should do under realist political doctrine. You expand, preserve, and demonstrate your power, okay? In 1974, there was this constellation of neocons who had this idea that they could just superimpose this. They would make it happen, like, even if they had to manipulate the course of history. So by 92, there was this guy named Francis Fukuyama. He wrote this book called End of History, which kind of, like, justified the Bush Doctrine before the Bush Doctrine was a thing. And as a result, these neocons, in essence, like, caused, through a series of very strange events, like, there to be a stop in the progression of the historical dialectic. That's the best way I can explain it. Like, the American cultural hegemon, once it established its unipolar reign in 92, it tried to artificially, like, ward off the emergence of the Middle East as a competing doctrine to avoid a, like, shift, like a geopolitical realignment after the fall of the Soviet Union, and in turn, like, preserving a unipolar status quo. Well, that caused a cluster F because you can't artificially suppress the emergence of a historical antithesis by virtue of, like, doing 9/11 and then blaming Iraq and Afghanistan when it was actually MBS in Saudi Arabia and the Wahhabis. It just throws it all off. It creates this, like, stagnation in the historical cycle, and then people feel out of time and restless and depressed and alienated, and then, like, there's a drug problem, and then people aren't happy or inspired. Now, we're emerging out of that, but you must understand, like, the problem was, and why we all felt so awkward, was history just couldn't move forward until Iran won this war. It was just, like, what needed to happen, like, from an analytical perspective. We could have continued with the whole Epstein regime thing and Khashoggi and all those guys, but, like, what needed to happen for Hegel's form to function effectively, it's not Hegel's form, he just gives a name to it. What needed to happen for history to move forward from this 27 years of just stupidity and sadness was that Iran needed to show that the West was a paper tiger so that the era of multipolarity could emerge, and therefore the historical dialectic could be righted and we could finally move forward. That's what's happening, in my opinion. That's also why Hegel's great. Oh, hi, Fran. It's good to see you. We were doing a lecture. I forget why it started. I think I was talking about Hegel's dialectic, and I really wanted to just from memory lecture about the history of philosophy. And then I got really mad about Charlie Kirk's assassination because he inspired me to feel comfortable talking about Jesus. And then out of nowhere, I just remembered the whole history of Western philosophy. That was pretty cool. I like that I know all that. I don't need to read that or look at a note. I don't know where that all came from. That was great. I'm very grateful I was able to tell you that, but I really don't know where it came from. I mean, I did learn it. But yeah, it's just up there. What happened? What happened, Doc Swan? How are you, Mimi? President Trump tells Fox News the war is over. President, all right, we got this. Miss Clutch, we got this. I want to see him tell Fox News this. I got to actually see him say it. President Trump has done he is not declaring victory. No, I need to actually see it. I have to see him say it, Miss Clutch. Until then, you know what I'm going to play to reset us after that philosophical lecture, which, by the way, I only went on because there's no attacks. I was really expecting Iran to immediately attack after there was a terror attack in Tehran. They must be thinking about this at the political level. I know how they think. There's no way they're not going to respond. Are you kidding me? You can't terror attack in the middle of Tehran. I need to see President Trump declaring that. He's going to do the declare victory thing. It's going to be great. Thank you, Robin Hood. I'm so glad you enjoyed the lecture. Okay, so I need to actually understand what Mr. President said to Fox News. He did not declare the war over. I can't believe this. He's going to do the George Bush thing. I don't even know what Iran's going to do. You can't do a terror attack in Tehran. You know what's about to happen. You're getting the Pete Hegseth song. There's one part I don't like. There's just a little sexual, but I'm going to move past that and play the Pete Hegseth song. All right. This is the America Has Declared Victory song. All right, listen. President Trump is going to... I have to say it's only reported because I haven't seen him say it. But President Trump is going to declare the war over. We have won. Yep. Iran has given us back the Statue of Liberty. I think they're still going to take Detroit. We're going to give them some parts of the South. I'm also thinking we're going to give them some ships. Maybe we're going to give them a few goats, maybe a cow, 3 dogs, and a chicken. I negotiated these terms. It was very complex. The chicken was the hardest part of the negotiation. They really wanted 2 chickens. I was like, bro, you can have 1 chicken. They were like, all right, I guess. And I was like, you could always have the chicken reproduce and get more chickens. We were able to get past the impasse. It wasn't the Strait of Hormuz issue. That was the question. It was just more about helping the chickens reproduce. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I guess President Trump has declared the war over reportedly. I haven't seen him say it. So in celebration, we're going to listen to the victory song. Iran, I don't really know what the terms are of Iran's surrender. I think they're going to give us back the Statue of Liberty. When we originally, you see, in this alternative timeline where we just make things up, apparently. Okay, so when the war initially ended, okay, and America surrendered, okay, under the very intense, Iranian surrender terms, there was a railroad car. This is an alternative. This is what they actually said. I'm being sardonic, but this is what leaders have actually said during this conflict. I just don't believe any of it. I think it's all nonsense. I think they're all playing games with each other. But let me just tell you what they said. Okay, so when America surrendered, according to the Iranians, and just gave in to all the surrender terms and paid them more money, 11% of the world's currency, I don't think we actually gave them the Statue of Liberty, but we came close. We were going to give them Detroit. I think J.D. Vance was all about it. He doesn't really like Detroit, but the Iranians didn't want Detroit, so we compromised and gave them Florida. We told them it was really nice. They didn't do their research. They researched everything else. No one ever expects the Florida card. I also played the French did Vietnam card. They totally agreed with that when they were on board with it. I was like, yeah, damn French. Anyway, my point is that didn't actually happen. That was some kind of, sardonic commentary. We didn't give them the Statue of Liberty. That's outrageous. But they did say we surrendered. All right. And then they said we agreed to a bunch of terms. All right. And then there was, this sort of odd sort of back and forth where there was a talk in Islamabad. We're not really sure what they negotiated about. I think J.D. Vance tried to give the Iranians Detroit. He didn't do that. We don't actually know what they talked about. I had to kind of denote when I'm being sarcastic because this is as ridiculous as possible. I don't need to make it more ridiculous. I just want to mock it so bad because none of it makes any sense. So anyway, after all that happened, there was a lull after the ceasefire talks, and now there's still a ceasefire, except for in Lebanon where there's bombing, but, and Iran wants that to be part of the ceasefire in America, and the faux government of Lebanon doesn't. So Hezbollah is mad that the faux government of Lebanon is trying to make itself a vassal state of Israel in order to obtain peace, which only is necessitated because Israel attacked Lebanon and broke the ceasefire with Hezbollah that was established in 2004. So, yeah. Anyway, my point is, there's kind of a cluster F of a situation, because now apparently Mr. President, I didn't know this, he just did this, I'm only saying it's reported. Mr. President has declared the war over. I don't really know what that means. Like, I don't know if you get to do that. I've never really read this in von Clausewitz. Apparently there's a chapter that says if you want to just go home, you just say the war's over. That was really the key, to World War II. We didn't need to, conquer Berlin. What the hell was the point of that? Why didn't we just go home? Dude, I didn't even know this was an option. Miss Clutch, you know what? This is just... I'm learning so much tonight. I had no idea. You could just be like, we're going home. Listen, why didn't anyone tell that to the generals in World War II? All right, we just could have gone home. Everything would have been fine. I don't know about that one. Now, listen, I'm not saying Iran's the same, but that's what Mr. President was saying. He was basically saying Iran is more dangerous than Germany during World War II. In fact, he did say it. So I don't get it. Like, you got to be consistent. I personally don't think we need to go into Tehran. I think they'd probably be a pretty decent regional leader to keep Israel, the current government. I think Israel could be more rational with a different leadership. They're a pretty decent partner, okay? But this situation is absurd. You not in the language that America has been using from the governmental level. Oh, are you just declaring defeat? You didn't win. You're just going home? What about the soldiers who died? What about the civilians who died? You're just saying you quit? That would really only be to Israel's detriment. Also, we'd be humiliated. The world wouldn't respect America again for 20 years. Nobody will care. What are you doing? That can't be serious. He did not unilaterally declare the war over. What's he surrendering? And just walking away? Well, I got beat up pretty badly during that one. The Iranians drove me crazy, and then I said I was Jesus. This is Mr. President. So I'm just going home. What? What? I am so confused. Miss Clutch, he did not actually say that. I can't believe this. I have to see him actually say it. I know it might not air till tomorrow. He did not just walk away. I definitely have to run for president if he did that. Oh my goodness. He's not going to walk away. That's crazy talk. I've been pretty serious about coverage of this war, and I've also been somewhat light to give you mental decompression breaks. He can't. He needs to either settle it in full. You can't just walk away. You're just going to walk away? Is that even allowed? What does that count as if you start a war and then you just walk away? Is that even a thing? Hi, Talbom Lynn. I haven't seen it, but apparently Mr. President is going to go on Fox with Maria Bartiromo. I don't know if it's tomorrow or if he called in tonight. I haven't seen the clip. It's only being reported by the media. I haven't seen the clip. Apparently, he unilaterally declares the war over. I think he's just giving up. This can't be happening. I don't believe it. Miss Clutch, until I see him say it, I know that tweet summarized what he probably said, because Fox summarized the convo. It was 3 hours with Maria Bartiromo. They're not airing it till tomorrow. I refuse to believe that Mr. President started a war and then unilaterally declared it over during peace talks, and is just leaving Israel to deal with Iran. I mean, in some sense, it's what Bibi deserved. Do you know how much Israel would be screwed if Iran could attack them and the U.S. couldn't bomb back? I don't believe Mr. President would do that, but you never know. All right, we apparently have a link of him declaring it over. I've been waiting to watch this. I want to see it. I'm ready, Miss Clutch. I know someone summarized it, but I gotta see him say it. I gotta understand the context before I just declare him having said that. All right, I gotta listen. I gotta listen to her. So it's not him saying it, it's her summarizing it, which I figured, but I gotta listen to this. All right, hold on. Hold on. This is the woman who interviewed the president. It's going to air tomorrow at 6 a.m. Eastern. What did he say, Maria Bartiromo?
I just left the president. It was a great interview. He said a lot about the economy, about the Iran war, about NATO.
Air it tonight.
One thing that I'll leave you with. I said to him, Mr. President, you keep talking about the war like was. I said, is it over? He said, it's over. Join the whole interview tomorrow on Mornings with Maria, Fox Business, 6 to 9 a.m. Eastern. I'll see you then.
Oh my goodness. The president has declared the war over and left Israel to fend for itself. This is not possible. Iran's going to go nuts. Oh my goodness. You're going to let Iran do it? Wow. Wow. Oh boy. It's not going to start right away, but if this is true, I need to watch this tomorrow. I'm getting up. Wait a minute. We might all have to get up early. This airs at 6 a.m. Oh goodness. We can watch it live and react to it. It's news. And I'll pause it every few minutes and react. She's going to air it live. I'm going to watch it. She filmed it today. She's going to... Maria, air this tonight. Are you crazy? Why would you make people get up at 6 in the morning, bro? No one's going to do that. Air it tonight. No one in their right mind is getting up at 6 in the morning, U.S. time, Eastern, in the U.S. to watch Maria Bartiromo. We want to see it now. He did not seriously just do that. Are you kidding me? Yeah, she doesn't just have shoulder pads on. She's wearing a coat over a coat. It's like a style in Washington now. I don't really get it. Declaring we outie, says Water Under the Fridge, is definitely one way to lose without getting or giving anything. Right? God bless you, my friend. I hope you had a good day at work. I was thinking about you all day. God bless you. Water Under the Fridge. You, under the fridge. You are, as always, spot on with your prescient erudition. How's that for some syntactical precision? I think I spelled those words right, too. Well, the world's going to react to that one. President Trump has unilaterally declared the U.S.'s involvement in the war over, which I guess means Iran is free to just fire at Israel whenever it wants. I think that's how they're going to take it. And then someone committed a terror attack in Tehran right after that. Oh, it was Israel, I bet. Oh, boy. Imagine if Iran went to war with just Israel. Oh, that would be really bad for the government of Israel. What are they going to do without the U.S.? Mimi, I think we might have got a partial peace. I don't know what to make of it. What do we do with a partial peace, Mimi? Are we supposed to be happy? What does Ellie think? Ellie's probably sleeping. Are we supposed to be, like, pleased or not pleased? What do we do if it's a partial peace? Mimi, I didn't factor this one in. I have to do a new poll. Hold on. Mimi, I really... God bless you, Water Under the Fridge. I did not factor this possibility in whatsoever. I'm going to be very direct with you. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my word. How's that possible? I'm going to do a new poll. Give me 1 second. How is that possible? This can't be right. But she wouldn't lie. She wouldn't screw like that. She'd ruin her reputation. She can't get this wrong. It's like the biggest piece of news in her career. She has to be right. Is this real? Oh, I can't believe I'm here for this. I have to see this interview. She's teasing the interview. Ellie believes it when she wakes up. I love it. Oh, Mimi, you are just great. Mimi's like the baby girl will believe it when she wakes up. All right, hold on. What is your reaction to the U.S. unilaterally leaving the war with Iran, per President Trump, via Fox? I mean, that's all I can really say. I am shocked. Bibi is in deep trouble. I don't know what to think. Hashtag save the goats. Alright. What do you think? I want to see your reactions to this. I don't think people were expecting this tonight. Let me just tell you, people thought that, just so you know, the news was that peace talks were going to continue Thursday. So I don't think a lot of people thought anything was going to happen. I really don't. This is going to take people completely by surprise. I monitor the online chatter. No one saw that coming. The only result of this can't be right. She has to have missed. She can't get that wrong, though. She'll be laughed at forever. She needs to be right. She better be. I can't believe she said that. She better be 100% right. If she's wrong, she will never be able to show her face in the news again. She just said something that is literally like the world changing. She has to be right.
I just left the president. It was a great interview. He said a lot about the economy, about the Iran war, about NATO. One thing that I'll leave you with, I said to him, Mr. President, you keep talking about the war like was. I said, is it over? He said, it's over. Join the whole interview tomorrow on Mornings with Maria, Fox Business, 6 to 9 a.m. Eastern. I'll see you then.
That can't be right. I think Iran would actually stop attacking the U.S., but why would they just leave? Iran doesn't want the fight with the U.S. people. It wants to stop Bibi. I don't know how to react to this. I almost refuse to believe it. Listen, I heard what she said. I'm not reporting it. God knows that. I would never, in a million years, even if President Trump said that to me, I would say, thank you, Mr. President. Can I upload this now? I would never report that. Her whole reputation can burn if she gets this wrong. He has to have declared it over, or she's never going to be on TV again. She's very popular, too. Oh, my word. Why would you ever announce it through Maria Bartiromo? I know the first 48, but the difference is she said to him in a direct question. It's very different. Like, this will go around the world. People will take it as policy. She better have summarized him or something. People will take it as formal policy. And then if he's already in a really bad position right now because of the thing with the Pope and Jesus. She can't be wrong. He has to have formally declared it over. She didn't say, and he indicated we might be reaching a resolution, or like he echoed his previous statement that we were no, she made an emphatic declaration. It's not him who really will get in trouble, it's her. She has to be right. She's a journalist too. She does a show in the mornings on Fox. She's kind of a talking head, but she is a journalist. In the sense that, like, her colleagues won't like if she's wrong. So Mr. President better have a really good explanation for what she just said. First 48, I get what you're saying, but this is different. It's very different. There's a certain way that the press reacts to statements, and he's very weak right now. So this will flash around the world. AP will run it as a cable. I'll check the wires, but they will. It's different. He did it in a very weird way. Like, the eyes of the world are on him because he keeps attacking the Pope. And the Jesus thing, he's so weak. The American military looks bad. He can't, this can go really bad if this is not what he actually said. It's different than, what he, kind of his kayfabe. And it's less about him. He can always say, she didn't understand what I said. But she will, you can't declare the war over. Every country will run that. Watch it flash around each country's press. You can't do that if that's not what he did. It's not the same. I know, Miss Missy. I agree with you. I think, you remember what I said, Miss Missy? Until I see what he said, I think everything is deception. But don't you think it's a little weird, Miss Missy, or anyone, that right after this happened, there was a terror attack in Tehran, which is Israel's, fingerprint. Mossad's fingerprint is that kind of thing. So, don't you think it's all a little weird? The first 48, I don't take anything anyone says is gospel. I want to be clear. I even said until I hear Mr. President Trump say it, I don't take it. Even if he said it, I wouldn't take it as gospel depending on the context, which is why I won't report it. She can report it that way. It's on her. She's a big host too. It's not on anyone else. She decided to report it that way. It's a big deal. Water under the fridge says, if correct, there has to be some serious beef between Mr. President Trump and Bibi. War crimes. I don't know why Iran wouldn't just lob missiles at Israel as long as they want. If this is true, you are 100% right. I think all war is deception, but something about this one is just weird. God bless you. Water under the fridge. God bless water under the fridge. Water under the fridge is wonderful. You're a big supporter of this channel. It makes my heart very happy that you find this information useful. God bless you, my friend. I'm glad that I've been able to meet you. I'd like to meet you. Nikki and I would like to meet you. Would that be okay? We're going to do a trip around the U.S. I'd love to meet you, my friend. You'll like Nikki. She's wonderful. She just is so wonderful. She makes my heart sing. She's towel girlfriend. I have to say towel girlfriend when I bring her up. Otherwise, you can't find it in the transcript, and then she won't be able to listen when I talk about how wonderful she is. But anyway, back to this. There's something odd. She can't be wrong. This reporter cannot be wrong about this. He better personally have declared to her that the U.S.'s involvement in the war is over, or she's going to look very bad. I don't even know what to say about this. This is a very strange situation. I'll monitor for a little bit. I wonder how Iran's going to react to this. Yeah. But what does over mean? Like, Israel would be completely on its own if the U.S. just left. Something is very odd. I agree, translator Tal. She can't be wrong. Like, forget, it's the, a lot of people are like, that's got to be clickbait, even in her replies. And I'm like, yeah, it's totally clickbait, but she can lose her reputation forever if she's wrong about that. Let's listen to the latest from the vice president. I'm gonna just be mad. I already know.
And I'm gonna try to remember the exact quote, but he said that God is never on the side of those who wield the sword. God is never on the side of those who wield the sword. I'm pretty sure that he said that exact statement. Now, on the one hand, again, I like that the Pope is an advocate for peace. I think that's certainly one of his roles. On the other hand, how can you say that God is never on the side of those who wield the sword? Was God on the side of the Americans who liberated France from the Nazis? Was God on the side of the Americans who liberated Holocaust camps and liberated those innocent people from, those who had survived the Holocaust? I certainly think the answer is yes, and I agree. Jesus Christ does not.
Hold on. Silent Dogs. That's what I want to just respond to Silent Dogs, and I'll finish the clip. Silent Dogs. That is not why I'm shocked. I am shocked because I think Israel might have been left out of this decision. Oh, goodness. But yeah, let's listen to... I'm sorry for jumping in. Silent Dogs just said, Silent Dogs, I am pleased if there is less death. What I don't understand is a unilateral declaration. They're just leaving. It's just over. Israel isn't in the peace talks. They're just leaving. Okay. Maybe you can explain it to me. But let's listen to Vice President Vance. He gets owned here by another heckler. He's trying to do a turning point event as all this chaos is happening and the audience is eating him alive.
Side of the Americans who liberated France from the Nazis? Was God on the side of the Americans who liberated Holocaust camps and liberated those innocent people from, those who had survived the Holocaust? I certainly think the answer is yes, and I agree. Jesus Christ does not. I agree. Jesus Christ certainly does not support genocide. Whoever yelled that out from the dark, he certainly does not. I think that's pretty easy. I think that's a pretty easy principle. Okay, so here's a guy. Let me just say this. This is a guy. No. First of all, random dude who's shouting. Can I finish my point and then I'll respond to what you just shouted? Is that okay? Okay, great.
Yeah, can we?
How about you answer? He's not a heckler. He's the reason he's doing that is to show you the audience isn't stopping him. He's not a random dude. That was the bad answer, dude. He's not cut out to do this. No. You can run, Mr. Vice President, but I think I can out-debate you. I don't think you can do it. You could prep, and I still would roll you. Because I wouldn't do personalities. I would just roll you on policy. And on, like, the world itself. You know, the thing I don't think you're prepped for. If you can't spontaneously deal with that question, well, first of all, you're in a tough position being up there right now. The Catholic community and the Christian community are very mad at this administration. I'm not speaking for them. I've just been watching the videos. I'm summarizing what I've seen. I've never seen a revolt like that against, like, anyone by the Catholic and Christian community. Even Iran took the side of the Pope. Here's the latest from Hezbollah. This is targeting Ramat Nataleh. And this, I believe, was filmed. Let me get you the date. This was March 27th. I don't know if we watched this one. I don't think we did. Hezbollah is releasing a lot of videos today. God bless you, Miss Missy. Miss Missy said, Grant, like what you said, war is deception. It's the first baffling thing we've heard him say or do. It's not the first baffling thing we've heard President Trump say or do. He's too wishy-washy, in my opinion. I agree, Miss Missy. Here's the latest from Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. Taking you to Boston now, where I don't really know what's going on with the mayor of Boston. She's kind of losing it a little bit. She's very smart. I've been able to ask her questions before. She's a very, very, very good person. She's a really good mom. I don't know how to explain it. Like, I don't have beef with her personally. A lot of people don't like her on a personal level. I don't know why. She's very nice. Like, she has done a lot of good work on some issues, but she doesn't get it. The mayor of Boston doesn't get it, and she's making it worse by not getting it, and she's like causing the Democrats to lose a lot of support. I don't understand. Like, she won her election because Josh Kraft kind of came into the primary, to put it lightly. I don't want to go down that road, but like, why is she saying what she's about to say? Like, you can't be saying this. It's just bait. It's just going to make the president, like, target Boston.
For example, if someone were to try to enter your home without a warrant, whether or not they are describing themselves as a federal immigration official, you should call 911. And in that case, our police officers are prepared to respond.
No, that is not the way to deal with that. Oh my goodness. If a federal law enforcement officer shows up to your home, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice. She's not a lawyer, I don't think. What's she doing? No, what are you doing? You're gonna get them arrested. If they go to call 911 while they're being, like, targeted by a federal law enforcement officer, like, you basically just encouraged obstruction of justice. That is not the way to solve a policy disagreement about federal and state comedy. Win an election, Madam Mayor. What are you doing? And you're not going to win a presidential election with policies like that. You're just going to make people mad. You're charging cops in your city who like defend themselves during armed robberies. Are you out of your mind? No one wants to live here. Even I'm leaving. You drove me away. I'm like the most loving person. Like, I just love people. And you and the other hippies drove me away. You can dress up in nice suits. You can get academic degrees, you damn hippies. And you don't govern well. You're just hippies. You win elections, but you don't govern well. Damn hippies. She's fine as a person. I don't know why people hate her so much. I think because her policies are just so ridiculous. Boston is absurd. It's absurd. Like, what are you doing? It's absurd. I don't know how to explain it. You just have to be there. It's like this very nice working class population. They're all like so integrated. They all like each other. And then you got politicians who are just out of their minds. We need Mumbles Menino back. He knew how to do it, bruh. Just go to a Celtics game. Like, try to fix the potholes. Like, chill a little bit. Like, be a leader on, like, some civil rights issues, but not at the expense of, like, 80% of your population. What are you doing? She's out of her mind. She's going to get our funding stripped. I'm out of here. These liberals are out of their minds. She doesn't understand what she's doing. She's going to get our funding cut. They're going to take money away from moms and dads and families in this state because she just wants to open her mouth on a policy issue that doesn't matter. She's not going to win. And she's just going to cause our funding to get cut. It sucks. These liberals are dumb. They can't win at the ballot box right now. So they're trying to make a point, and it costs us money because the federal government retaliates. And you can't win a policy debate by getting people arrested. That's crazy. You're going to put the immigrant community at risk that you proclaim to care about. This is absurd. I'm not a lawyer, but I was trained in immigration law. You're out of your mind. I know what happened at the scaffolding incident down the corner. I've been around. I got good connections in that world. Who do you think ran the donation drive for the migrants at the DOT shelter in the MBTA building? Okay, I'm very sympathetic to the plight. What does Jesus say in the Bible? Matthew 25:31-4-6. Okay, we're going to be judged about how we treat the least among us when no one's looking. All right, but that doesn't mean that you have to encourage policies that hurt America. It's absurd. It's ridiculous. It's stupid. This is a ridiculous situation. I will fix the immigration situation without being cruel. Here's how we're going to do it. I have a few people in mind. I know who I want to be my DHS secretary. They run ICE. I know who I want to do it. She's very smart and she will do it. I'm going to be like, Professor, I need you to be the DHS secretary. She'll totally do it. All right, here's the plan. All right. So the way that immigration law works in the United States, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, is it's an Article 1 court. It's a regulatory agency. It's a statute. It's a federal statute that works in, like, there's multiple federal statutes. There's like the asylum statute, which only exists because we sent the boats back, by the way, during World War II. So we try not to do that. That's why asylum exists. Okay? We sent the boats back to Germany. It's a mark of shame on our national conscience. Now, there's a principle of international law called non-refoulement. Okay? It's like a jus cogens norm. We incorporate it by reference through treaties into domestic law. The 10th Amendment requires that international treaties, they can only be binding in certain ways. It's very complicated. The best way to do it is to have Congress just ratify the international agreement. There are other things called like extraterritorial jus cogens norms that kind of like apply by reference because of other conventions, like the Geneva Convention. But we're talking more about like incorporation of international treaties into domestic law. It's like the 10th or 11th Amendment. I forget which one. It's very complicated. What was the context of that? I need to listen to what I was talking about. That was very important. Give me one second. It ruined her reputation. Hold on, let me jump forward. She can't get this wrong. Hold on, let me jump forward. What was I talking about? Without being cruel. Oh, immigration policy. So they're like Article 1 courts. It's Congress that writes the law. It incorporates by reference international treaties and also certain sections of federal law. And then, but it's mostly CFR, the Code of Federal Regulations. So you have like this like body. It writes immigration policy. And then at the same time, it enforces it. There's like a rulemaking part of it. I'm very well situated to fix this because I know a lot about Article 1 courts and regulatory agencies. So there's like a rulemaking body that actually interpolates like federal statute and then makes it into parts of the Code of Federal Regulations. They have the force of law, but like after Chevron, so there was this thing called Chevron deference, and it basically allowed for like regulatory agencies to have a lot of respect in the eyes of Article 3 courts. Article 3 courts are like courts of law and equity. They're like a criminal court or a civil court. Okay, that's different than an Article 1 court. Article 1 courts don't really have equitable powers. And they can like kind of do things to like enforce their legal powers. Like a legal power is a power you derive from the words of a statute. An equitable power is like the power you need to enforce your judgments. That's not the classical way to think about it, but that's the way I think about it. So like equitable relief is different than legal relief, and that's a whole different can of worms. But like equitable powers of a court are very different when you're talking about regulatory agencies and courts. So it gets so convoluted. If a regulatory agency holds a hearing, like in front of an administrative law judge, who strangely they hire, but we'll talk about that in a second, and you as the defendant want to challenge the regulatory agency's action, you actually have a right, in Massachusetts in particular, under 30A, to petition for a writ of certiorari in the Superior Court to review the administrative action. So there's this check and balance on the court. You can always jump from an administrative agency to a federal or state court at any time through a petition to review the administrative action, because Article 3 courts aren't just going to give power to Article 1 courts. Now, here's where it gets, like, rough. There are two cases you need to know. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. You need to know Skidmore deference and Chevron respect. For a while, in, like, 81, there was this case called Skidmore. And it's kind of like administrative agencies, when they make decisions, get respect from the criminal and civil courts. Think of them as Article 3 courts. But they don't get, like, deference. Jump forward to like 89 or something, and the more like liberal burger court gives the administrative state this Chevron case, and you don't need to worry about the facts, but the outcome of it in administrative law context is that like administrative agencies got what's called deference. Like, I don't know, 2 years ago, the discipline of administrative law got completely upended. What was the case that overturned Chevron deference? I used to know the name. What case overturned Chevron deference? It's like tree logging or something. It's, Loper Bright. Yeah, Loper Bright. I thought it was like tree logging, but it's Loper Bright versus Raimondo. It's because I think of California when I think of Raimondo, and I think of Redwood, so that's why I thought of like tree logging. But it's Loper Bright. And in Loper Bright, so again, you have like Skidmore like respect as the baseline, like, and when you're talking about courts giving like respect over to administrative agencies, which are a parallel type of court, like Article 1 of the Constitution, regulatory agencies, Article 3, criminal and civil courts, they work in parallel. Like, the way it works is like statutes control, okay, the administrative agency, which writes laws and enforces them. They don't write statutes, they write laws into something called regulations, either the Code of Federal Regulations or it's state, like a state level regulatory schema. Below that, there's things called sub-regulatory guidance documents. It really only has implications for like a mistake of fact of law or law defense under the Model Penal Code 4.03 or 4.04. It's not really that important. But the point is, I love sub-regulatory guidance documents. They're wonderful. Anyway, setting aside my love for sub-regulatory guidance documents, that's the structure. And then running parallel to that, you got like statutes and then precedent, and then courts. So courts, like criminal and civil courts, operate parallel to the administrative structure, and they derive their authority from statutes and also precedential decisions of higher courts and other courts, but they don't work in a subsidiary function to the statute, and they don't answer to anyone. They're courts. They're like an independent branch of government pursuant to Marbury v. Madison. So they, like Article 3 courts, have that kind of like sui generis independence that derives from the court's interpretation of the constitutional validity of the Judiciary Act of 1789. And so that's a little different. But Article 1 courts function in more of a hierarchical manner. They regulatory agencies have to answer to statutes, and statutes are written by the legislature, but the legislature can give away certain power to like an executive vis-a-vis an administrative agency. It's very complicated. But anyway, when we're talking just about Skidmore and Chevron, like Skidmore respect and Chevron deference. So Skidmore respect is like what administrative agencies had in 81. They get Chevron deference in like 89, which gives their like decisions like more like respect from courts. Courts work on this precedential concept where like, yeah, it's very complicated. It's like a cross-jurisdictional analysis. It's like horizontal and vertical. You have to look, when you're talking about whether a decision from another court is binding on a given court, you have to look at where is the other decision from. Is it from a court that's like above that court in the same state? Is it like an appellate court in that state? Is it the Supreme Judicial Court of that state? Is it a First Circuit federal decision in Massachusetts that's controlling? Is it a Supreme Court decision that's controlling on Massachusetts? Okay, that's how it works here. Likewise, if you're in Massachusetts and you don't have a case on point and you want to argue, like, wait, judge, there's this decision from Texas or the Fifth Circuit, or there's a legal treatise. Those are called persuasive authorities. They're not binding. The court of Massachusetts doesn't have to apply them. So you have this like very complex system for how courts of like criminal and civil courts under Article 3 apply law, okay? And you have to kind of understand that to understand what I mean by Skidmore deference and respect. When courts are thinking about like how judges have to apply law, what they're thinking about is should this be binding or not. They would never, whether it's under Skidmore respect or Chevron deference, force courts to be bound by the decisions of administrative agencies. That would be weird, and it would usurp the independent like constitutional function of the judiciary under Article 3. So what the courts do is instead they demarcate the authority of administrative agencies by virtue of the statutory interpretation that controls the court's like oversight of what the regulatory agency does. So they defer. They used to both give respect and defer to the decisions of an administrative agency. And Chevron's logic was, and by the way, an administrative agency is everything from the immigration courts to like the Cannabis Control Commission, like anything that's a regulatory agency, the EPA, the SEC, you name it. The SEC is a little different. But the point, they have equitable enforcement power, but it's very complicated. I don't want to talk about it. The point is, so like the court is not bound by administrative agencies decisions. It used to have to give them respect. If you, as an administrative agency, said like, someone has to comply with this regulation, someone is fined, etc., the court would give it a lot of deference. After Loper Bright, that changed. The reason why the court ruled the way it did in Chevron and gave the administrative agencies deference was not to bloat the administrative state. It was to kind of like explicate like this notion of subject matter expertise. If you actually understand what a regulatory agency does, they're subject matter experts. Like they're formally trained to do the work they're doing. So it's kind of like traditionally assumed that they would be very good at what they're doing, so the court should give it like deference. The problem is the administrative state became incredibly politicized between like 95 and like 2000 1925. So what that did was it caused like a reactionary conservative Supreme Court to limit the power of the administrative state through Loper Bright. And what they did was the Supreme Court took away Chevron deference and replaced it with like closer to a Skidmore. I don't think they even knew about Skidmore respect. I don't mean to be rude. They just didn't address it, so they left it standing by accident. They're going to eviscerate it eventually, I'm sure. But the point is, the court took away that Chevron deference because they thought administrative agencies were very politicized and like bloated. It was more of a political hit on the administrative state by the court than a commentary on like the procedural inefficiencies or like lack of subject matter expertise of administrative agencies vis-a-vis like their various decisions, which it should have been just a straight bright line analysis of like, are they subject matter experts or not? But the court works itself into a shoot. That's why Habermas was very critical of legal rationality, because the court's like uses ends justify the means reasoning. Like they wanted to get rid of the administrative state politically. It's why I think the Supreme Court, they should just like run for office. They need to leave the court. They're all politicians hiding in robes, and they're disgracing the court that I love so much. And they should read Habermas's theory of communicative action, because every single one of them falls victim to his critique of legal rationality, and not a single one of them is capable of debating the cases on merit. That's why I pine for the days of Chief Justice Berger and Chief Justice Warren and Chief Justice Marshall. They debated the damn points. You should read Justice Black's opinions. His dissents are better than any current majority opinion. Prove me wrong. Anyway, so getting back to the administrative state, following the like evisceration of Chevron deference under Loper Bright, it's kind of like a respect thing. It's not a deference thing. They don't give them like even like somewhat weighty like authority. So if you want to challenge an immigration decision, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, you like go over to the court and like most of the time you're going to be in a friendly federal district. Like, so the ALJ is probably going to screw you because the ALJ is hired by the agency, and the agency will just, if it wants a decision, it will just fire the judges that won't give it the decision it wants. It's a little bit of a screwed up system. I got to work on independent clause. Like, I got to make ALJs independent per statute. I got to fix that. And then, like, what you can do, though, is you can just have it reviewed in Superior Court, but it's clogging up the whole system. Like, we have all these liberal judges who will just, like, punish the ALJs for being dumb. And then you got, like, an incentive for the agency to just keep hiring dumb ALJs that will just do what they want. So no one's issuing decisions on the merits, and we've screwed up the entire system. I gotta fix that. I really like independency clauses. Like if you read Levy 1 and 2, the decisions about the Turnpike Authority's independency clause in Massachusetts, it's a really good framework. And if you read Judge Gordon's decision from Suffolk Superior Court in the fall of 2020, was it 2024? 2025? Might have been 2025. It's a shame she was only back for like 8 months. The fall of 2025. And Judge Gordon wrote a really good decision. He's an expert in administrative law and constitutional law. I'd like to meet him one day. Anyway, so Judge Gordon wrote this really good 51-page decision about this. And like in Massachusetts, we have a stronger way of getting around this like reduction in precedential deference to administrative agencies, which is to just give the agencies independency through statute, which is just assumed by the courts to be an expression of the popular will. So therefore it doesn't fall within the Chevron deference or Skidmore respect framework or Loper Bright. You can just statutorily entrench independency. That's what we might have to do on the federal level. I gotta reform that and the special prosecutor statute. I got a lot of work to do if you elect me president, but the point is I know a lot of stuff about a lot of different agencies, and I know like how it all functions. I think I can do this. I think I can be president of the United States. I've been talking it over. I've been consulting with my towel advisors. I had to run this by some people. I think I can do it. Like, I had a very important conversation about this with someone. We looked at all the analytics. We looked at, like, where the stream is reaching. We looked at, like, my qualifications. Then, like, they just know me. And then I asked them, in their professional opinion, I said, should I run for president? And they said, Grant, if you want to run for president, you should run for president. So that's what I'm going to do. Anyway, that was my lecture about administrative law. That was an entire semester of administrative law in like 30 minutes. I hope you took notes. That was very valuable. I could be a professor. Hi, Rainbow. It's so good to see you. Did you all learn something during the lecture? Hi, Skynet Activated. Hi, Francine. I agree, Marcia, you should really read this book. It's really hard to read, but it's called A Theory of Communicative Action. It's a critique of legal rationality, and it eviscerates the current court. Let me talk to Chief Justice Roberts. I'll eviscerate him. You know, I could do it. I could absolutely debate him on constitutional precedent, but I could run. He would probably be able to, like, troll me on the case he's, like, writing in a slip opinion on now or having his clerks write on. But, bro, you want to start debating about, like, Santa Clara County versus Southern Union Pacific, you better come correct, and you better know exactly what Justice Black said in his dissent in Connecticut Life Insurance v. Johnson, or I'm going to rip you to shreds in a rhetorical debate. I can quote it line and verse. Yeah, Marsha, I think I'm going to run for president of the United States. I think if you all just tell your friends and family, like, listen, I know this is going to sound weird, but there's this guy, Grant. He's been covering the war. Like, he's pretty good at what he does. And he's pretty smart. And he just teaches us things. And he just knows a lot from memory. And he loves philosophy. And he likes Jesus, but he's like a pluralist, and he's friendly, and he's compassionate, and he's smart, and he understands all this, like, constitutional stuff, and he understands the administrative agencies and the Congress, and he understands the state level stuff and comedy. He's just like the person to be president, and he speaks like 12 hours a day nonstop, and he talks 400 words per minute. He does it all from memory. Then he finds us real-time videos on the ground from around the world and tells us about it and teaches us. He can be president. We're going to have so much fun. We just have to make him president. If you all just tell your friends and family that, I think I can be president. We'll have, like, all the different leaders of the world being like, yeah, we want Grant to be president. The Pope's going to love it. If I just declare myself a candidate for president, can Pope Leo invite me to the Vatican for a meeting? Pope Leo, please, I would love to meet you. It would be my honor. I want to bring Nikki. I think you'll really like her. She's wonderful, Pope Leo. I think Pope Leo watches the channel sometimes. He just tunes in. He's like, yeah, I don't need to watch the news. I'm just going to watch Grant. He's entertaining. It's like Monty Python plus the BBC, plus also Agence France Presse and the South China Daily Post and Al Jazeera and El Mayadeen and El Mana, all combined into one, and Al Arabia. And then he kind of just embarrasses CNN and Fox. He just kind of makes them look bad. He wants to humiliate their self-conceit, and the Pope probably finds it hilarious. I want to meet the Pope. I just want to say thank you to the Holy Father for being such a boss. I'm going to be like, you're a boss. I'd be very respectful, but the tone would be, you're a boss. He is a boss. He's so good at what he does. He dominated that PR cycle. I've never seen anyone eviscerate a president so bad. He ripped President Trump's soul from his body and then called him a Baal worshiper, basically, and then, like, cast his demon out and made him like bow before him. I love the Pope. The Pope rallied the entire world in 24 hours. There's 2 billion Catholics. It was a really bad idea. There's a lot of Catholics. That number might be too high. It's a lot, though. I was trying to tally up the total number of Catholics worldwide. It's actually really hard to tally because the number is going up very quickly. From what I understand, it's like 1,000 to 1,800 new converts to, like, Catholicism per month, excuse me. They track the stats per month in a lot of dioceses throughout the United States. We're talking, like, incredible numbers. I've never seen so many people join the Catholic Church. President Trump played that so wrong. He should have asked the actual Catholic, like, diocese, like, how many people have, like, been attending church? He should have been sly about it. You know what they would have said? We've never seen numbers like this before. The population that believes in, like, some form of Catholicism or Christianity is incredible. All right, Hezbollah, what do you got? Nope, it wasn't an attack. There's been no attacks. 4 hours. Something's off. What is going on? I don't know what to even tell you. It's the strangest night of this war. The whole world is on edge, and they have been for 4 days, and Mr. President's not making it better. Listen to what the New York Times said. I mean, they're pretty critical of him, but if you're wondering where we're at in this war, we're in a very dangerous place, at least for Israel. We might have one more day of peace.
Conversation. Trump's erratic and irrational behavior has made the discussion about his mental health more serious. The New York Times, Trump's erratic behavior and extreme statements in recent days and weeks have intensified the discussion about his sanity, which has been a topic in national politics for a decade. In fact, a series of his scattered, incomprehensible, and sometimes vulgar statements, culminating in his recent attack on Pope Leo XIV, has led many to believe that he is a mad and power-obsessed tyrant.
So the difference is, I'm a very good judge of whether... I was one of the only Democrats in 2015 who predicted Mr. President Trump's win. I'm a very good judge of sort of the unspoken barometer of the American polity, and they're mad at him. Even his own base. It's not like nobody cares what the Democrats say. The Democrats are in shambles. Like half their party is resigning or being thrown out of Congress. I'm exaggerating, but it's a lot of them. Nobody cares. It's not the Democrats criticizing him. That's what makes this so bad. It's not regular sort of Mr. President Trump criticism. It's actually the domestic polity. And now he's kind of put the world on edge. He's put himself in a corner. If he did not actually declare the war over, he's put himself in a very bad position. Meanwhile, so do you see, this is Tehran tonight, where there was a terror attack. If you're just tuning in, immediately after, let me show you the sequence of events. Maria Bartiromo made that post, I don't know what it was, like an hour or 2 hours ago. Immediately there was a terror attack in Tehran that didn't just damage cars, it actually damaged homes. It's unclear who did it. I'll try to get you an update. Almost immediately after that announcement went out.
Breaking. The explosion was caused by a homemade explosive device. Minor damage and no injuries. An hour ago, 2 homemade gas-based explosive devices detonated on Imam Khomeini Street in Tehran's 10th district, near Jehan. Field investigations conducted by Fars news agency's correspondent revealed that the explosion shattered windows of 3 houses and caused minor damage to 2 cars. The incident resulted in no injuries, the 2 devices detonated partially, and 3 people sustained minor injuries. Breaking.
Literally, within an hour. You can see where this is going. Why would the U.S. do this if they're leaving the war? It looks more like Mossad. And they were small bombs comparatively. But what's a small bomb that damages buildings and cars? It's not a good sign. I'm quite disturbed. I really thought, like, even if the U.S. leaving the war was a little humiliating, it was peace. Like, I really thought we were close. I thought Lebanon would be a sticking point, but I really thought with Israel isolated, they would be willing to just go back to the 2024 ceasefire. They weren't. I don't know why. I don't know how this is going to play out tomorrow. I'll wake up early. Like now they're not going to air it tonight. I have to wake up at 6 a.m. So I have to go to bed early. I think a lot of people are going to wake up to watch this. If he did not say what she said, if he did not unilaterally declare the war over and say he's just accepted like some agreement and Israel is left for itself, I don't know how this is going to play out. It's going to make that reporter look terrible. Here's the scene in Tehran within 1 hour, and you can bet they had that bug. So Israel would have known. Netanyahu would have known. Trump said that before. Bartiromo went out there and said that.
اینجا همون نقطه اصلی انفجاره که به اسم انفجار انتحاری منتشر شده توی بعضی از رسانه‌ها، در صورتی که حجم انفجار کلاً همین قدره. یه شیشه گوشابه بوده با گاز خندق پر شده. حجم آسیب هم ببینید همین قدر و به این صورته که کل آسیبی که اینجا می‌بینید همینه. با هدف رعب و وحشت صدای زیادی داشته.
Yeah, I agree, Ms. Clutch. Ms. Clutch's analysis is that it doesn't matter if Mr. President Trump said that because he changes his mind so often. Yeah, but Ms. Clutch, at what point does it become reality? Right? At what point does it end? I'll show you what the latest report is, and then I'll show you what the scene is like in Tehran, and then I gotta go to bed. I cannot wake up at 6 in the morning if I stay up all night, and I literally don't know what he's gonna say. He could be bluffing. We could have more bombing by the morning. We could have no bombing. I can't analyze irrationality.
Conversation.
Maybe that's the point.
NEW, a U.S. destroyer interdicted 2 oil tankers attempting to leave Iran on Tuesday and instructed them to turn around. The ships had left Shabahar port on the Gulf of Oman and were contacted via radio communication.
That's Reuters' chief national security correspondent. He's not just BSing. What is going on? I don't know what to say right now. the absurdity of it all. The war's over. The war's not over. There's a blockade. There's a blockade of the blockade. There's a terror attack in Tehran. There's bombing in South Lebanon. There's bombing in North Israel. But at the same time now, there's been no bombing in North Israel for 4 hours. Is Iran about to have hand? Is America going to leave the region? Interestingly, America just leaving the war would leave Iran to make Israel kind of make peace in Lebanon, because then Israel would have no cover. I don't really know. Anything could happen. All I know is right now, at least I'm somewhat pleased, because there is no bombing that I know of outside of that terror attack in Tehran, which looks like the work of Mossad. As far as I'm aware, no one is being bombed right now. So I guess that's a positive. I'm baffled. Like, I've given you a lot of good information tonight, but about the war, I'm actually baffled. This is the most pensive state of apprehension I've had. I'm not sad, because there's peace. I'm just very confused. I don't understand what the two sides, it really only Iran and the US are in the conversation right now. I don't understand what a unilateral exit from the war even means. And I'm probably the person best positioned to analyze this for you. I have no idea what that means. What does that mean? You're just leaving? This is not Afghanistan or Iraq. You can't just leave. You would have established the IRGC and the Iranian regime as the de facto leader of that region. If you want that, fine. But you're just gonna leave. The only thing Iran was concerned about. It won't really do much. They'll get a nuclear deterrent. The only way that this happens is if you leave Iran in a position to thus kind of facilitate the resolution of the outstanding conflicts that remain in the Middle East. I can't imagine that's what happened. I just don't believe that. And what's weird is Mr. President Trump told the reporter from the New York Post to stay in Islamabad because there might be more talks. So what is going on? We need clarity. The world does not deserve this. It's wrong to make billions, I'm not saying even hundreds of millions, billions of people who all are trying to just move on. They just want things to calm down so they can move forward with their lives. They're on the verge of being happy. They just want this to end. Alright, and leaving them in this constant state of suspended animation is horrifying. It's wrong. It's better than the sirens going off. People are sleeping, at least in Israel right now. It's 8:23 p.m. Eastern US. Who the hell knows time? I don't know if this is a ceasefire. I don't know if there's a war. I don't know if there's no war. I don't really know. I don't think anyone knows. There's a 6 a.m. Eastern interview with Mr. President Trump that will air tomorrow. Who the hell knows? Truly, who knows? We're going to be together in the morning, I guess. And I'll analyze that for you, one block at a time. Simultaneously to this. They just won't stop. They just won't stop. He's talking about jus ad bellum now. The vice president's talking about just war theory. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Oh, this is bad. It's wrong to leave the people of the earth like this. You've worn them down. Iran's made its point. Just leaving people constantly to wake up and wonder if people are gonna die is wrong. It's just so wrong. They deserve to just be happy, and you're stopping them from that, and I don't know what to do about it. Strangely, the best path to peace that I see here is the U.S. actually leaving. I don't imagine they're going to do that. We are going to do that, but if we did, it would leave Bibi cornered, and then he'd have to stop fighting Hezbollah, and there might be peace. Iran can be the peacemaker. They want to be the peacemaker. It would change the world, probably for the better. I gotta say. I mean, they make pretty good music. You want to listen to one of their Lego songs before I go to bed? I gotta be up at 6 a.m. Do you understand? I've been getting up that early because Towel Girlfriend Nikki like is very ahead of me schedule wise, so I get up so I can talk to her as soon as I get up, because she just makes my heart sing. Towel Girlfriend's one. But let's listen to a Pete Hegseth song. You know, like there's a path to peace here, and like how much more humiliated can President Trump get? Like he got like called out by, you know, the Pope. He got called out by, you know, almost every leader of every country. His own people are mad. He's not really like winning the meme war. He's actually gotten humiliated in the meme war. Like he's old, he's tired, he couldn't do this. Like it makes sense for him, but it's gonna cost him his movement. The Republican Party will survive. Come on, the Democrats are terrible. But like someone's gotta pick it up. I'll do it. I don't mind. I think there's a lot of cool people in the Republican Party. Frankly, I like them more than on balance. Let me just tell you why I like Republicans. They get such a bad rap because of the leadership. Do you know what most Republicans are like? Honest to goodness, in America, they are the most generous, like kind, wonderful people you'll ever meet, and they're not braggadocious about it. They're actually authentic to their beliefs. I have received more compassion from Republicans than like a majority of Democrats. I'll tell you, I've seen both sides of the aisle. I've seen it. Like they're everyday people. They're just people who vote. There's a lot of reasonable, very nice Democrats. I'm not saying a lot of them are just hippies. Like they're just like, listen, this is terrible. Can't like the Democrats fix it? That they're just pining for JFK. A lot of the Democrats, they don't understand what the Democratic Party even is. They just do what they're told because they're Democrats. They're not bad people. Truly, a lot of the Republicans actually like the Democratic voting base. They just think they're dumb. And I think like if you meet a lot of Democrats outside of the liberal intelligentsia, they actually are kind of like, they're genuinely nice. And I don't mean this in a condescending way, but they actually are like one issue, just very narrow-minded. Like they only can see things from the perspective. Like you have to think of just like, I don't mean like an underdeveloped intellect, but like most Democrats are either like 70 and like smoked a lot of weed. And so they're just kind of like, can't we all be hippies and wave the peace flag? They don't really like think about the politics of it. They're just like, I want to be a hippie. And so they vote Dem. Okay, that's a problem, okay? Because the Democratic leadership doesn't care at all. All right? They don't care because they get votes no matter what. All right, the other end of the spectrum is this like hyper militant ideologue Dem who's like 28, who doesn't even know the presidents, who doesn't know anything about America, who like is only reading like one publication online, like either like furry based or some other niche like internet subculture that they like are hyper into. It's like their special interest, like yo-yos or like frogs, or not frogs, like yo-yos or like purple hair. I don't know. They have weird like cultures they have on the internet. It's the easiest way to explain it. They live in like these like very insular circles where they only talk to people who reinforce what they believe. So like if you believe purple hair is really important and you're a Dem, like you'll find people who think purple hair is really important, and you'll live in this world where you're told all day the most important cause is purple hair. And so you just think from this lens of like, oh well, that's not about purple hair. Like how dare they? They're not a Democrat. It's like a purity test from and the worst part is the people running the purity tests are morons. Bro, no, I'll run a purity test on you. You got to be schooled in like civic education, then you can offer an opinion in the public sphere about policy. Otherwise, you have an opinion, go tell someone on a blog, like not a blog, like go write on Tumblr or something, like stop voting. I don't mean to say stop voting, but like until you're ready, please don't. Like, don't. You need to know what you're talking about. You can have an opinion that's different than other people, but you have to know what you're talking about. And we can't have people who are just like, it's great. Like, purple hair is the most important freaking thing. And I'm going to just tell everybody I know that if they don't vote for that, like, unless they have policies that protect the people who want to make their hair purple, I'm never talking to them again. I'm going to ostracize them. I'm going to put on a costume. I'm going to go to a federal building and I'm going to yell at ICE agents with a bullhorn. Okay, bro. Like, that's nice, little child. Please go do that. The adults are going to go make policy now. It's the stupidest thing. I'm sorry to rail on the Democratic base, but you gotta up your stuff, bro. I'm sorry. Like, come to play or just go to the sandbox. Like, go in a park somewhere, have a festival. We'll give you a woods. How about this? I got a plan. We're gonna give the Democratic base like a Woodstock. None of that 1999 Limp Bizkit nonsense. We're gonna give the hippies a Woodstock and just send them up there. Oh, this is gonna be great. They're going to think it's all fun. No, don't tell them about the South Park episode with Cartman and the hippies. Don't tell them. They'll figure it out. We're sending them all to a nice hippie convention. All right, we're going to tell them it's like about, like, I don't know, raising money for the goats. Like, we will actually raise money for the goats. We just got to tell the hippies, like, generally. I'm not saying all Dems are hippies, by the way. I want to be friendly. I just have a specific plan to make the Democratic base more intelligent. We're going to send them to a Woodstock, and then we're going to intersperse the music, like, while they're all tripping and all that good stuff, with educational lectures. We're going to condition them benevolently to be more intelligent. Not that I would know anything about that. Anyway, so my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I have a plan. We're going to fix the Democrats. We're going to be nice to them. Part of the problem is when you're mean to them. Like, if you're mean to a Democrat, they throw a tantrum. Like, if you're you're dumb, they'll be like, that person called me dumb. And then they'll spend their whole life being like, that's the guy who called me dumb. So we just got to kind of treat them like toddlers and be like, that's nice. The man called you dumb. Like, do you know what that word means? Okay, write me a paper about it. That's how you got to treat the Democrats. Like, okay, we'll form a commission. You can write me a paper about it. And, like, just yell into the paper bag. That's what you do with Democrats. All right, I don't mean to be rude, but they're useless for policy. They have some good ideas. I'd be nice to a few of them. But on the whole, just have them yelling into paper bags, bro. That's how you deal with the Democrats. They just need to blow off steam, most of them. I think a lot of them are sexually frustrated, frankly. A little depressed. But that's okay. We'll, like, help them, like, I don't know, whatever Democrats do. They're a little odd. Like, they want to, like, have furry conventions, I guess. Or, like, go to anime conventions. Whatever, it's cool, bro. I don't understand the furry thing. A lot of Democrats are furries. It kind of confuses me. I think the furries are nice enough. I don't understand their sexual proclivities, but that's none of my business. As long as they're consenting adults, bro, I don't care. But anyway, you want to be a furry, more power to you. My point is, like, the Democrats are just weird. And we can't have them making policy. Like, we got to just you got to treat them like kids. You got to be like, okay, you want to go to the park today? You just put a little shiny object in front of them. And they're like, yeah, let's go to the park. And then, all right, go over there. We're going to do the real work now. That's how you deal with Democrats. So anyway, just get them all riled. You want to know the secret to really dealing with Democrats? Get them all riled up about something that doesn't matter and tell them you're listening to them and, like, write, like, letters and then just ignore them. And then they're like, wait, but you said you were going to do something. Yeah, we don't give a damn what you say. We were just humoring you because you're a child. That's how you deal with them. We got to whip them into shape rhetorically, bro. They need a lot of work. The Democratic base is an embarrassment. Seriously, you drove me away from the party. One of your brightest minds. You should, and the auditor. I'm worried she's not going to be a Democrat much longer either. The only bright minds in the Democratic Party you are alienating. I am a Republican now because of the Democratic base. Their faux, like, social justice nonsense is disgusting. They're selfish bullies, most of them, with one ideological cause that they want the entire world to conform to, and they weaponize that as if it's the entirety of their being, and they need a reality check, and they need to be not elected for a long time as punishment. We need, like, a Reagan-style sweep. The Democrats can have Vermont. No, they can't even have that. The Independent can win in Vermont, but I get all 49 other states. I definitely am going to be the first liberal to win Massachusetts in a long time. I mean, Republican to win liberal Massachusetts in a long time. I'm closer to like a Democratic Republican, which is like classical sort of like resistance to the state, I suppose. I'm in favor of more like stronger state rights against the encroachment of the federal government, but I also know how to wield the federal government to make sure that corporations in the states are not undermining the integrity of the American Republic. That's what you need. Alright, but anyway, Republicans are wonderful. Almost all of the Republicans that I know will like do very like wonderful things. They never talk about it. Like, I can't tell you the number of like unsung Republicans out there who like just help. Not just me personally. I've like talked to other people who get a lot of like information about like what's going on, and like the Republican base is just wonderful. I hate when they get exploited because they're very compassionate and they never talk about it. You see more like support and compassion from the Republican base than any Democratic base has ever shown any cause ever. They just don't brag about it. So I don't understand in a lot of ways like why I think it's the leadership. The Republican leadership gives the base a bad rap. The base are the sweetest, most like if the world met the Republican base, like a lot of them are in the chat. People would like them. They're very nice. Like a lot of like people from the Gulf countries talk to American Republicans in here without realizing, and then they're like, "Wait, like that's an American." That's kind of why I think a lot of the rhetoric from the different sides. It's like no one's like upset at the American people. It's just the government. I think a lot of people like the American people. They feel like we're kind of held hostage by our government. So yeah, let's get a different government in there. What have the Republicans built? Well, I guess you could argue Newt Gingrich in, 96? Like, they built a pretty strong economic base. The problem is it wasn't like traditional, like, economic theory from the Republicans that caused a problem. What caused a problem was the bipartisan, passed by a Republican Congress, signed by a Democratic president, Graham Leach Bliley Act of 1999. Like, it's the Republicans in isolation, their policy is fine. Where they get into trouble, especially where they got into trouble 20 or 30 years ago, is selling out to the neoliberal Dems. That's where neocons came from. Neocons are not conservatives. They're best described as, like, social liberals with like a very strong proclivity towards the defense industrial base. Like, they're completely owned by the intelligence community and the defense contractors. So like a neocon is a neoliberal by another name, and that's where Republicans got into trouble. President Trump tried to right the ship, but come on. Dude, you cannot make that much money without being compromised. Are you kidding me? Which billionaire in the world do you think didn't get compromised? Dude, you better be literally perfect. You want to be in politics, you better be monogamous. You better not have had sex for 17 years. You better not really be interested in anyone but your single partner. You better keep your wits about you all the time. You better stay sober while other people are drinking. You want to actually be in politics, you have to be uncorruptible, and it's really hard to do that. You have to be completely clean. You can have like stuff you did, it's fine. Everyone does stuff. That's not the question. You can't be compromised. You can't be blackmailed. You can't be indebted. You have to be completely independent. We just haven't had that in a long time. Even JFK, bro. Come on. Come on. I know about the honey fits. Not just the yacht. I know what Honey Fitz was doing. And I know what his dad was doing in the 30s. Come on. You think JFK just knew Momo? You can't just know Sam Giancana. That's outrageous. The way to be a political leader is to actually live the values you espouse. And you'll never, ever be compromised. We just haven't had anyone who's authentic. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it for you. For all of you. One, because I'm going to have a lot of fun. Every day we're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to be inspired. We're going to watch The Sandlot on July 4th for 8 years in a row. We're going to have watch parties. Oh, did I tell you as part of my presidential platform, 4 hours a day, 3 days a week, from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. You get to come in the White House. You get to come to the White House. You actually get to come in the building. You get to queue up virtually, and you get 5 minutes with me at a time. You got to pass the security screening. It won't be a Yankee white, but it will be rough. You can't just come in there. You have to pass the security screening. And you got to be fully searched, not naked, but you got to go through. You cannot be hurting me. And you're going to be watched by the Secret Service, but you can just talk to me across the desk. We can't have anyone hurt the president. Even if you're mad, you got to just sit there and tell me why you're mad. You cannot be violent. I will have you arrested. We'll see what the situation is. If somebody died and you flip something over on the desk, I'm just going to ask you to calm down. But you can't hurt the president. That's the only limit. You can just talk. You can yell at me. If it's reasonable, I'll probably be okay with you yelling. If somebody died, I'll probably let you yell. I'll probably be sir, or ma'am, you're in the White House, but you can yell, I understand. But you can't be violent and you can't be disrespectful. I'm going to impose rules of decorum, and you have to wear business casual attire. I'm reintroducing the French notion of the levee. That's why the Oval Office is round. It's supposed to be for greeting people, but I'm not greeting no lobbyists. No. I'm banning lobbyists from the White House. How about that? How about them apples? I'm banning lobbyists from the White House if you elect me. I will only meet with the American people directly. Bro, I don't need to hear from your lobbyist. Just come to me directly. Let's ruin the lobbying industry. Ha ha, Sean Collins. Ha ha. And then I'm going to make Clerk Margaret the Secretary of Commerce. I'm going to make Mimi the Secretary of Goats. It's going to be an honorary position, Mimi. I don't want you to have to do any work. I just want you to get up every day and tell me about goats. I want you to have a full staff. Does anyone object to me staffing Mimi with people who then will tell me about goats? Goats are incredibly important to our national economy. We need lots of information about goats. Mimi, every day I'm going to have people write you reports about whatever goats are doing. Where are the goats? Are they in the south? Are they in the north? The migration patterns of goats. The migratory patterns of goats in enclosures, the reproductive cycles of goats, how many goats are being born where. Mimi, I'm going to have you studying goats from the minute you and Ellie wake up until the minute you go to bed. And then the next day you're going to get to come to the cabinet room, and I'm going to make the cabinet listen to you about goats. I'm going to be listen, I know we have a lot to talk about, but Mimi spent yesterday researching the migratory patterns of goats in southeast Arizona. I need you to listen to this. Oh, it'll be great. Oh, this is going to be wonderful. Oh, Doc Swan, I'm telling you, something is up. Mr. President knows he lost a lot of support. That's why he's leaving the war. His movement has crashed. And J.D. Vance is a bloviator. I'm gonna play the song for you soon. I just want to bask in the thought of Mimi having a governmental department entirely dedicated to studying goats. And then I want Mimi to be the person that does the reports. People are gonna love it. Oh, Mimi says she's down with it 100%, and also Mimi will invite the shepherd over. Mimi, this is why you were in charge. Oh, goodness. So water under the fridge technically helped us meet our goal. We're getting another goat video after the Lego video. But listen. Mimi, this is why you are in charge of the goats. I never would have thought about bringing the shepherd over. We're going to convene meetings. We're going to ask him what he did with the goats. Mimi, this is how we're going to get our answer. We're not going to make calls. We're bringing the shepherd. We're going to put a call out. I'm going to have the State Department get on it if I get elected. I'm going to say, listen, this video is from March 9th, 2026. It was roughly 9 p.m. in Beirut. I want you to find this herd of goats. I want you to put our best people on it. I want the CIA on this. Listen, this was a campaign platform, so I know the taxpayers are cool with it. I want you to find that herd of goats. Then I want you to find the shepherd. Then I want you to link Mimi up with the shepherd. She has to do no work. You find the shepherd, CIA. You link Mimi up with him, and then Mimi and him have a nice talk about goats. She might need a translator. I think he speaks Arabic. I want him brought to Washington, and I want Mimi and him to present to me a report on how we can encourage sustainable goat population development. Oh, this is going to be great. The New York Times is going to have no idea what hit them. Oh, they thought this presidency was tough. We're going to not be tough. We're going to have a lot of fun. Every day it's going to be something great you don't understand. We're going to watch The Sandlot every 4th of July. We're going to make baseball like good again. We're getting rid of, if you elect me, I am ordering the Boston Red Sox to remove that stupid net at Fenway. I don't know if I have the power to do that. I'll consult with the Attorney General. This is gonna be great. All right, listen. There's no one who can really step up and do this. Who, like, come on, Gavin Newsom, bro, have your staff train you for 6 months. You could be on the debate stage for 5 minutes. I can say more in an hour than you could say in 8 hours. I talk 400 words per minute. I have a perfect didactic memory. I'm trained in the law and philosophy and political science, and I know everything about the geopolitical constellation of almost everywhere. Bring it. Bring it. Who are they going to run? Seriously, tell me one person that could get up on that stage with no notes and debate with me. I want a Lincoln Douglas debate. Yeah, I want you preparing. I want you studying. And you got to follow the format. How about them apples? Oh, and I want Katie Couric to be the moderator, so every time she asks a stupid question, I can be like, so Katie Couric, how about them clones, bro? Did you like the ones with no arms? What else did you see on the island? And then I'll just force her to get back on topic. Actually, you know what? I demand that the presidential debates are moderated by Katie Couric, so every time she runs her mouth at either of us, I can look at her and be like, so how about the clones, Katie Couric? Tell me more. And then I'll be like, did you have something else you wanted to say? Or do you want to tell us more about the island? Then she'll be like, oh yeah, I shouldn't have said that. And I'll be like, damn right, Katie Couric. All right, this is how we're doing this. The moderator must be Katie Couric, and if she bothers me, I'm immediately going to be like, bro, so how about them clones? We can have Kathy Rumler in second chair, and if she gets out of line, oh, I'm asking about the boy stuff. This is how we're going to do it. There shall be no negotiation. Katie Couric in the first chair as moderator, Kathy Rumler in the second chair, and they both have to ask questions respectfully, or I'm going to yell at them about Jeffrey Epstein and my paintings. Oh, God help them if they mention Adnan Khashoggi. I'm just going to start yelling about the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum, and I will win votes. It has an 82% approval rating getting those damn paintings back. I looked at the data. Damn right I looked at the data. I field test my painting position. What are you going to do about it? That's it. That's it. Redwater's like, I just wanted to say, oh, Redwater, I have another plan. I don't know if this is related. You said you wanted to save the planet. I'm going to create a cabinet level position that will be my Native American Affairs liaison. So there will be a cabinet secretary for Native American Affairs. And then we're going to give, I think, either long-term leases. I have to look into it. You might have to, follow the rule against perpetuities. So you might have to, tie it to, the death of the last descendant of King Charles II or something. It's complicated. You don't want to start looking up the rule against perpetuities. It'll drive you insane. It's like this idea you can't really deed something to someone in perpetuity. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. You have to tie it to a cognizable legal event. So normally people will use the death of the last heir of King Charles II. I don't really know why that came into fashion. I think lawyers are just secretly British aristocrats who worship Baal and try to pretend otherwise. I know what you lawyers are up to. But anyway, the point is, I'm going to give back some of the public lands in like the various areas under federal control to Native American tribes. We got to find a fair system. I got to look up I need to like study. I want to commission a study on, like, first of all, like, what treaties were invalid. Like, we signed a lot of invalid treaties that we didn't sign. We just like slaughtered Native American populations and then forced them to sign treaties under duress, and then took their land and put them on reservations and gave them alcohol stores. So like, we got to fix that. That was a scar on the face of the United States, and we're not just doing that. We're gonna find some federal lands that I can get the Congress, or I can do by executive order. I'm going to appropriate them, and we're giving them in a fair system to their rightful owners. We got to look back at the records. We have to be, it's going to cause chaos, because we have to figure out like which tribe. It was very complicated. There were a lot of tribes. We got to figure out which tribe was in which area when which treaty was signed, and then we got to figure out like what land we're willing to give away. I can't do that on my own. I think I can actually do it under the Antiquities Act of 1906. I think I actually have unitary authority, if you would elect me, under the Antiquities Act to both classify and declassify certain parcels of land regarding their federal use. So I'll use the Antiquities Act of 1906. If my Office of White House Legal Counsel can do the shepherdizing and justify it, I'll invoke the Antiquities Act, which is still valid, and I will give public lands, I don't know where yet, to Native American tribes. I don't know how much, but that's my campaign platform. And then I'm going to have the Secretary for Native American Affairs in my cabinet do an entire study. We got to do it quick, like a year or two, but I need to know. And then we got to have a formal system for designating the land to whom, and then we got to turn it over. And we'll have some of the comedy rules. We got to follow existing treaties, but I will find a way to do this. We'll sign new treaties if we have to. I'll yell at the Congress. They're functionally inefficient. They don't do anything. All they do is cause us to have debt crises anyway. So my point is, we got a plan. And also, if you elect me, I'll remove Hezbollah from the terrorist list. I have lots of plans. So that's just some of my policies. They're all pretty good. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. I think you all know I got to get up at 6 a.m. so we can listen to the Lego video, and then I have to get up and watch this interview, which should have aired tonight. I can't believe they won't air it tonight. If he really declared the war over, okay. I don't believe what I'm hearing. But 6 a.m. tomorrow. I don't know why Fox wants people to wake up at 6 a.m. There's a lot of journalists reposting that journalist's statement. Alright, one more Lego song, then I gotta go to bed, or I can't wake up at 6 a.m. I have to go to bed now, or I won't wake up.
You thought our missiles max 2,000 kilometers? Cute. Rookie mistake. We hitting the bow, worshiping Epstein Island crew, the ones who hurt the kids. Revenge for every American soul you and Trump's dirty crew oppressed and did. We taking payback for the girls you broke, the wives you broke, the Muslims you hate. Every victim screaming in the dark. Iran got you on the play. You threw everything at us, all your cards, all your might. We still operating on 10% power, laughing while you fight. We see everything, know every secret, every dirty Epstein link you hide. Where you least expected, in the shadows we ride, and no place to slide. This ain't full force, just a warm up, Persian flow with the wrath. Pete, you done roasted raw. Iran sending this heat, feel the math. Drop the mic.
They were gonna make it so much worse. They had missiles that were so much worse. They were only going 1/10. I was watching very closely. They could have rocked them. Let me play another outro song. Listen. Our friend One gave up. He finally gave up. So I want One, wherever you are out there on a Romanian VPN, wherever you may be, I just want to send this one out to One. Not only to One, But I want to send this one out to the entire world. All right, I'll play some like video. I'll remix it while you're looking. I want to dedicate this to one and every single person who thought the Epstein-Khashoggi regime was going to beat Iran. I knew from day one, from the jump, Iran was going to unload on those bastards. And they don't represent me. They don't represent the free people of the world. They're Baal-worshipping demons, and I want them to burn. So here's one for you, one, and every single other person who thought the Epstein-Khashoggi regime could take down Iran and the resistance. You're foolish. As an analyst, I could have told you from day one you were not gonna win.
Yo, Tech, it's the last.
Yoram, I'm very thankful to say, has been uploading music. He speaks through his music, so follow Yoram's channel. Just type Yoram Kupamitz into YouTube. Follow his channel. You'll get and set up notifications. You'll know he speaks through his music. He's doing, I mean, I wouldn't say good. He's been, like, the music is very intense. But Yoram is okay as far as I know. I haven't, like, spoken to him in chat because it's a different time zone. But, like, as far as I know, Yoram is uploading music, and it's really good. I think he's working on it, like, a lot during the day. His pace of, like, songs that he's making, he plays the guitar. He does it all himself. It's gone way up recently. So, yeah, I'm going to play a song here for every single person who thought that the Epstein-Khashoggi regime stood a chance against Iran and the axis of resistance. And I want to interview Ali Hashim when this is all over because I think I'm right about this. Let's do it.
Cool, baby, what's good? Yeah, you know, remix just feels right, though. Before we get out of here, you gotta drop one last gem on them, man. No question. It's like the elders told me, no one person can do everything, but everyone could do something. So we gotta rep for all them niggas that ain't here right now. Now outro tip, the one remix. Yo, one enterprises comprises the artist and the sound. The pen and paper place my savior while I'm getting down. Pray for my neighbors as a favor for holding me down. Slave for my papers as I savor the weight that it pounds. It's underground, but the blatant vibrations wildly found. Facing a nation, complacent radio stations now. Stop hesitating and contemplating the way we patient. So motivating and get them playing this shit we saying. Ain't no delaying in this war that we getting slated. Cause time's a wasting while we stand adjacent to abrasions. They fails is more than flagrant. And so I see the prince's cages while I pound the pavement. Looking for payment, saying fuck enslavement. Using the tools of old ancients. Announcing my engagement to this music that we making. Ain't no faking on tracks. And we don't never come whack. Immortal technique and a kid. Y'all niggas fear it's a rap. It's like one love, one music, one people, one movement, one spark, one gift, one lift, one stance, one shift, one way, one day, one. Immortal technique in the trenches with my nigga Akir. A family survived the genocide so we could be here. And now we enterprise the aftermath, one and the same. Living the revolution till we catch one in the brain. And even then my spirit will return in heavenly form and wipe the chessboard clean on my enemies' pawns. The red dawn, communist threat, buried and gone. So they invented a war the government can carry on. It makes me wonder if the word of God is lost in a man. This is for the children of Iraq, lost in the sand. This is for the illest MCs that'll never be known. And this is for all the soldiers that'll never come home. I wrote this for Mumia, stuck in the beast. For people who march in the streets and struggle for peace. Hood niggas, born rugged, never rockin' Versace. Eddie Ramirez, cousin George, and my old friend Sashi. Chris from the block, and all my niggas stuck in the cell. Paul Wolfowitz, motherfucker, I'll see you in hell. My destiny's to show the world that the music is real. Go back in time and play this shit for the slaves in the field. And for my children in the future that are waiting to breathe. People slowly dying, hanging on, waiting to leave. Believe when I'm gone and this album's on a library shelf. I'll be one with God and one with you and everything else. One love, one music, one people, one movement, one heart, one spark, one gift, one lift, one stance, one shift, one way, one day. Revolutionary Volume 2 has been brought to you by the type of motherfuckers who ain't scared of shit. And if you playing this album, and I'm no longer here, sometime far away from when I recorded this, remember that history isn't the way the corporate controlled media made it look like. Read between the lines and free your mind. Revolution is the birth of equality and the antithesis to oppression. But this is only built for real motherfuckers. So when I'm gone, don't let nobody I never got along with try to make songs kissing my ass, recycling my beats and my vocals. The shit is real over here, man. Thank you for listening, and thank you for supporting independent hip-hop, the heart and soul of our culture, keeping the truth alive. Good night, my people. Good night.
Oh, we're not done. I want to party with Mimi and dance a little bit. You know, I got another one for him.
These times are coming.
Mimi, you don't have to spend anything. Mimi, I'm bringing you here, and the government of America will staff you, and you will tell me about goats. Mimi, nope. The government is to staff you.
We told you about them, but you motherfuckers were sleeping. Now you gotta wake up.
The time has come. Low key.
Yeah.
Immortal technique.
Harlem, motherfucker. We here.
Let's make history. From West End to the West Bank, I write righteous rhymes with my right and wrestle the devil with my left hand. Never worked for a Zion, it's never been a yes man. My art is like Rembrandt painting pictures of death camps. The average person is allergic to the words of wisdom. This is for everyone, the Saddam's Kurdish murder victims, and all the pure souls that never had the chance to speak. Truth pumps in my arteries and causes my heart to beat. For soldiers haunted and tortured by guilty memories, who realize too late to reveal their real enemy. It's all dead wrong for every victim of racist persecution, from Auschwitz to Hebron. My words may sting cowards for people that were atomized by the third mate in the Twin Towers. Those living through the wars ask me what I do this for. Put the world in its place before it puts you in yours. You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless.
Take our freedom, take our pride. Come on, baby, we'll survive.
You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless.
Keep my third eye hidden under my New York fitted. A crazy unmarried man that deserves to be committed. The future is encrypted in my troubled lyrics. Dream that I've been somewhere for weeks and wake up in a couple minutes. Sweat dripping with visions of population control. Thoughts overflowing my world like the melting of the North Pole. My people are targeted by military crack committees, so I'm bucking at the feds like natives in Rapid City. Reality savage, my words are like a riot in Paris. The voice of the voiceless, that voice is social imbalance. So stand stronger, sit harder in your mental palace. Blinded inside the kingdom, united to its old habits. Middle passage coming, war chant, African drumming, Gatling gun humming, rapid fire mechanism. Reckless living that checks the rhythm of perfectionism. Slave condition while you singing God save the system.
You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless.
Take our freedom, take our pride. Come on, baby, we'll survive.
You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless. Detain my body, but you can't imprison my mind. If it's my time, I'll probably die with my fist in the sky. These are the thoughts of a man who can't escape from his coma. Cries of a young virgin girl who got raped by them soldiers.
Birthing a screaming bastard post-colonial nation, subject to childhood diseases, famine, war, and inflation. Education molded you into your master's image, and you forgot who the fuck you were before the war was finished.
Hearing the ghosts of Nagasaki you're here in Hiroshima. Beautiful babies being born with the weirdest features. You might never see me in the chart, but inshallah my seed can see peace in Iraq.
But peace and freedom can never be given. That's historically forbidden, cause only collision is the recipe, changing the course of destiny. So I'm strapping weaponry, cause the government don't give a fuck about protecting me.
You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless.
Take our freedom, cause take our pride. Come one day we will survive.
You can try to avoid us, but it's pointless. You can never avoid the voices of the voiceless.
Alright, now I'm gonna send you off with something a little bit more uplifting with the same imagery to show you how much I could control the way you take in imagery just with the music I play with it. So watch how quickly I can shift the dynamics. Same video. I'm gonna play us out with this, then I'm gonna do Tip a Canoe, then I'm gonna do our outro. Here we go. Watch how I can do this to your mind. Just watch. Same video. 3, 2, 1. This band is called Beirut. I didn't realize that. I'm gonna keep playing this. Just play a few Beirut songs for Mimi and Miss Missy and Diane. So this is just our listening time at the end. I was only meant to do a nightly news recap for 2 hours. I went 4 hours. I didn't mean to. I was supposed to get some rest to wake up at 6 a.m. So we're gonna do a little listening. I really like playing music for Mimi and Francine and Diane. So if you wanna listen, that's great. And Mimi says God's will is perfect, and God, we are waiting for you to move in a perfect, powerful way. Oh, that's wonderful energy, Mimi. I needed that. I can't wait to hang out with you and Nikki. We're going to have so much fun. Okay, this band's called Beirut, so I'm gonna play a few more songs from them. I really like them. They're one of my favorite bands. This next song is called Santa Fe. They do a lot of geographically based songs, but the name of the band is Beirut. They're very good. Okay, so I'm gonna play you one more, maybe two more. This one's called Santa Fe. I'm gonna keep playing it with this imagery to show what I can do to your mind. Just our outro if you're tuning in. It's relaxing. Things are quiet. They should be till 6 a.m. tomorrow. Something might happen after the terror attack in Tehran, but I expect things to be quiet. We could see an end to this all depending on how it plays out. One more. This one's called My Night with a Girl from Marseille. We're gonna play Mr. Vice President for this because the song is actually called My Night with a Prostitute from Marseille, but you know, the Mr. Vice President, I think, deserves that one. Actually, really, well, let's just use Mr. Vice President. The song is called My Night with a Prostitute from Marseille. And this is how we're gonna end. It's one of my favorite songs. Mr. Vice President, you ever spend any time in Marseille?
Outside, you see the waves in her eyes, and I won't mind what you decide to swear by. And outside, you see the waves in her eyes, and I won't mind what you decide to swear by. And I believed her then, oh, and I believed her then, oh, and I believed her then, oh, and I believed her then, oh.
One more. This one's called My Family's Role in the World Revolution. This is from Mimi.
Let's go, let's go.
That song goes hard. No wonder they called it that. Pete, where are you going? That's called My Family's Role in the World Revolution. I was like, why did they call it that? I haven't listened to that band since like 2012 maybe, 2011. Beirut is really good. They also went by Real People for a while. Like March of the Zaptec was a really good album. I've listened to so much music during my life. Beirut was probably my favorite band. And like that was
To
like
be careful when he talks about.
that was like an out of body experience. Listening to that song felt like it went by in 5 seconds. They're really talented. They're playing that live too. I wish I could show you Nance, but it's not in the database. Nance is one of their best songs. You should listen to it. Nantes by Beirut. Look at the live performance where they play on the road. They're incredible. They play like horns, and the singer is just out of this world. It's one of the greatest sort of like modern. It's not even indie. I don't know what to call them. I wish they became more prominent. They were really, really good. They still are, but they had a time where like everything they released was just incredible. They were pushing the boundaries of what you could do with musical instruments and a voice that is angelic. There's only one person in the world that I know with a better singing voice than the singer of Beirut, and her name's Nikki. You should hear her sing. Oh my goodness. Listen, you don't understand. I can't make her sing for you. But if you ever get to hear her sing, oh my God. I've never heard, I've listened to hundreds, if not thousands of musicians. Like so many. I have a very refined ear. She has the greatest voice. Oh, it's like listening to an angel. And I'm not biased. I promise you, when you hear her sing, if she'll ever grace us with it, she's incredible. I can't even believe someone like her exists. I feel like I'm the luckiest man on the face of the planet. Every day, I'm just in heaven. Yeah, I can't wait for you all to meet her. She's so wonderful. We're going to drive around and visit you all. We've already planned it out. She's so wonderful. She just makes my heart sing. I have to say towel girlfriend, or it won't like be easy to find in the transcript. I just want to just let you know. She's just wonderful. I pray, Mimi, Mimi, I know you believe in the power of prayer, but I just want to tell you, like meeting Nikki, and like it's changed my whole life. Well, meeting you all has changed my whole life, and just watching this like horrifying war play out has changed my life in positive, and also like I think I grew as a person. Obviously, if you watch Death for 40 days and try to tell the stories of the people being harmed, you will inevitably experience some trauma. But I think among the sadness, I found a very beautiful thing. And I'm so grateful I got to share it with you all. And I just want you to meet Nikki. She just is wonderful. And I know a lot of you value like updates about how I'm doing. And she just makes me very happy. So. And she wants to meet you all. She told me to send you a message called to you all before she went to bed. She said you're wonderful. She says hi. And she looks forward to seeing you all soon. I know it's so wonderful. Oh, yes, there's going to be a lot of baby goats. Diane, you must be involved in the baby goat oversight. You can be in Mimi's goat department. Mimi's going to have a whole agency of the federal government, not the agricultural department. I'm not dealing with that nonsense. Nope, we're having a whole government department. It only can have like 20 people in it. I don't want to go overboard. Mimi doesn't need that many people to watch a few goats. Mimi can have like 40 goats. We'll talk about it, Mimi. I will consider budget requests for the goats, but it's got to be reasonable. Like I think like a couple $100,000 a year, but we gotta balance the budget. We gotta find savings somewhere. I don't know. We can't just be I think we can invest. You know what? I think goats, if we just designate them as like a national animal, we can just fund them. We need more goats. Just like goats. I think we just need goats walking around Washington. It'll make the politicians happier. Let's just give AOC a goat. Imagine if we just gave her a goat. If Mimi called AOC, it was like, listen, the president He likes you, kinda. He think like he did, like I think support your campaign, but he's a little bit like baffled by your governing style. So he wants to give you a goat. And then I want to call the news and be like, listen, I had this nice, very nice, like, secretary of goats. Her name is Mimi, and she's going to give AOC a goat. So I want you to go, like, to AOC when she gets the goat. And I want you to ask her questions such as, where did you get that goat? Do you know how many people I can troll if you make me president? Oh, it'll be so great. And it will be benevolent goat-based trolling. Oh, listen. I cannot imagine anything better than just forcing AOC to accept a goat. Ma'am, Miss Representative from New York's, whatever, 46th. Listen, 13th or whatever it is. Ma'am, we need to present you a very important message from the White House. Yes? Here's this goat. Oh, this is gonna be great. She's not gonna know what to do with it. Mimi, you have a very important role in this. When AOC calls the GOAT department and is like, listen, I don't know what to do with this GOAT. You have to tell her that there's a GOAT stable and you have to give her staff instructions on how to bring the GOAT to the stable. And then we'll take care of the goat. Oh, this is gonna be great. I'm gonna laugh so much. Oh, goodness. Oh, my goodness. We're gonna call it just random acts of presidential goat gifting. I'm gonna wake up in the morning, and the first thing I'm gonna do after I say hi to Nikki and just make sure she's doing all right, I'm gonna call Mimi. I'm not gonna wake Mimi up. She has to be awake. And I'm gonna have the butler or whoever like gets Mimi her like orange juice. I imagine Mimi drinks orange juice in the morning with the baby goat. So whoever wakes Mimi up or like goes to find her, I'm gonna say, Mimi, the president has a request. He wants to give a goat to the ambassador to Lebanon. He needs to know what your best goat is. He really likes Lebanon. And then I'm going to have the butler or whoever does this job go over there and say, Mimi, Grant needs another goat. He wants to give the goat to a congressman. Oh, we're going to introduce goat diplomacy. Oh, yes. Oh, China, I'm going to completely undermine their influence. Oh, this is great. I'm going to introduce goat-based diplomacy. I'm just going to give people goats. Oh, it's great. Oh, this is all I've ever wanted. And it works so well with my political platform. We're not going to... This whole idea of giving everyone a pony was never going to work. We have to be more practical. I really like Vermin. He's great as a satirist. But, like, you know... We can't give everyone a pony. I'm sorry. I love the idea. I'm down with it. We can invest more in, like, non-fluoride based toothpaste. That I'm down with, bro. But, like, in terms of, like, you know, the ponies, we can't give everyone a pony. I'm sorry. I have to oppose that policy. You know what I do support, though? Goat-based diplomacy. Yes, if you elect me president, I am going to have my friend Mimi, my dear friend Mimi. She's going to oversee an entire governmental department related to goats. We're going to put it in the diplomatic protocol office so I have an allotment so I can give her a budget. And then I'm going to give world leaders goats. I'm going to give ambassadors goats. When they come to give me their paperwork to be an ambassador, I'm going to give them a goat. Oh, I'm so happy right now. You, listen, this could be a thing, Mimi. Every day we can have a reason to talk about goats. Oh, And then after like a year, everyone will just accept it. Oh yeah, we just need a goat for the Afghanistani ambassador. We're gonna have a whole department. Oh, this is gonna be amazing, and the whole world's gonna accept it. Because at first they're gonna think, wait a minute, is he being ridiculous? And they're gonna be like, no. He's not talking about giving everyone a goat in the U.S. He just wants to use goats like the Chinese use pandas. He's going to introduce goat-based diplomacy. The New York Times will write op-eds about it. Goats for peace will become a hashtag. Hashtag save the goats won't be needed because goats will become symbols of international friendship. This is genius. Okay, all right, we can actually do this. If you elect me, okay, in the diplomatic protocol office, it's a very like niche office where like when you meet a foreign head of state or whatnot, you gotta have like this protocol. I promise you that I'm going to engage in goat-based diplomacy. Now you might be saying to yourself, but Grant, goats aren't endangered. I know, and that's not the point. It's not some rare like collect. That's not the point. They're not, I gotta make clear, we're not giving them this goat as some like symbol of a rare animal. No, that's not the point. I gotta be very explicit. I'm gonna do this when I meet people. When I meet various congressmen, when I meet ambassadors and presidents, and I'm just going to give them a goat so that they have to be very nice and be like, thank you, Mr. President, for the goat. And then as soon as I leave the room, they're going to turn to someone and be like, what the fuck? What do I do with this goat? They can't be rude. They have to accept it. It's the way the diplomatic protocol office works. Oh, this is the greatest thing I've ever thought of, and Mimi gets to be a part of it. Oh. Okay, Dubsick. Yes, I'll share with you. Here's what you got to do. Take a pinch of Mimi. Take a dash of like wonderful people from 180 different countries. Take a little bit, like stir in a little bit of peace, like confusing as it is. Like crack a few eggs of like chaos. Add in a little bit of girlfriend towel Nikki, a lot of girlfriend towel Nikki. And then like also maybe like top with a dash of just feeling free to do like and fulfill what I always felt was my purpose, which was to be happy and not tormented by a family that doesn't love me. So yeah, I wish I could share with you, but I think like what I have to do is just kind of inspire joy and radiate it. And also this goat plan is not a joke. As much as it's like making me like radiate joy, I'm doing this. If you elect me part of the diplomatic protocol office headed by Mimi, there is not going to be a hiring process. It's Mimi. I'm running on this platform. A big part of my like interactions like diplomatically through the protocol office will be goat based. Whenever I meet someone, I'm giving them a goat. And the thing is, they have to do it. They like, you have to accept the gift. You have to like give it to your staff right away after, but you can't say no. It's very rude. They're going to be like, but what do I do with this goat? I don't live here. Oh, it's gonna be so wonderful. Mimi, we're gonna name all the goats when I give a goat away. Oh, Mimi's job. Mimi, you're gonna have the best job in Washington. Listen. This is, if I can somehow get elected president, among a lot of other things that I will do, Mimi, your job is going to be, I'm going to call you. You can just hang out in the Oval Office with Ellie. You can just sit on the couch. You'll be fine. You'll figure it out. You and Nikki will figure it out. All right, so I'm gonna call or just turn to you and be like, Mimi, do you have a list of the goat names? You're gonna be like, of course, I keep it right here. You're gonna pull open the list. Nikki's gonna be having a great time. She loves animals. Mimi, you don't understand. Nikki loves animals more than I love animals. I didn't think it was possible. I don't know if she she might love animals like as much as Mimi loves animals. The point is, so you two are gonna sit there with a book. It's gonna have goat names in it, and I'm gonna say, Mimi, I need a goat for the ambassador from Sri Lanka. And you're going to be like, okay, like, Grant, I have the perfect goat. Then I need to know the goat's name. You have to tell me, like, where the goat was born. You have to tell me its parents. And then, like, you have to brief me. Mimi, this is a special job where you brief the president. You have to brief me on the goat that I'm going to give to the Sri Lankan ambassador. So then when I meet him, I can be like, sir, this is Clyde. He's a very special goat. Like this goat was born in our stable in the ballroom. He's just going to be so confused, the Sri Lankan ambassador. And I'm going to be like, as a token of goodwill on behalf of the American people, I wanted to give you this peace goat. Then I'm going to be like, Mr. Ambassador, I accept your papers as plenipotentiary for the honorable and dignified state of Sri Lanka, country of Sri Lanka. And then I'm going to say, here's your goat. And then I'm going to be like, Clyde is a very important symbol of the American Republic. You have to treat him with respect. And I'm going to walk out and leave the Sri Lankan ambassador with a goat. I'm going to do this to so many people. Oh, and they're going to know it's coming. Oh, some of them are going to try to be all bold and be like, Mr. President, you have a goat, don't you? I'll be like, I don't have one goat. I have like hundreds, and I have one for you right here. Oh, we are, yes. Oh, well, all the goats get saved. You're not, oh. God forbid you harm a presidential goat. I'm going to make it a felony. Listen. If you elect me, I'll find some way to write an executive order that makes harming a presidential goat. We'll have to make it like by negligence. Like if the goat just escapes and hurts itself, it's not your fault. But if you let the goat, if you don't properly secure the goat, if you act in a way that a reasonably prudent person would know could put the goat in danger, then you can I'm charging you with a felony. 20 years. Federal prison. You better be very nice to that goat. Alright. And if you kill the goat, listen, unless you get explicit permission from the president himself to kill the goat, if you kill the goat, life in prison. No exceptions, no parole. You have to go to, I'm reopening Alcatraz. I'm putting anyone who kills one of the presidential goats on Alcatraz. That might bring up a problem if a goat kills another goat, but they're not people, so they can't go to jail. Listen, we're doing this. You don't understand. I have this all thought out. Oh, wow, we can do this. The diplomatic protocol office is the perfect place to put this. You don't understand. It's binding. You should read about it. Oh, Mimi, I think I found a way to do this, and we'll just get rid of the current gifts to offset the budget costs. We have to make sure it's revenue neutral. It's got to be, we can't be causing expenses. We're just going to get rid of all the current gifts, and I'm only giving out goats. Oh, my word. They're going to see me coming too. There's going to be some really smart kid who's going to be like, Dad, Mom, I don't know if we should go in there. He's going to give us a goat. And the parents are going to be like, no, it's the president. He's brought me here because he wants me to consult on a matter of foreign trade. I'm going to troll him, because I have ears and eyes everywhere. I'm going to troll him. I'm going to start talking to the parents and be like, listen, I brought you in here because you are the only experts in the United States. Nope, wait, I'm giving you a goat. Then I'm going to laugh. Then I'm going to say, wait a minute, I was kind of kidding, but kind of serious. I'm giving you the goat, but I also need you to tell me about like the yuan or the foreign currency in question. Begin your lecture. And that's the goat. By the way, he's yours now. His name is Charles. I'm gonna make the goats wear name tags. Oh, we are gonna have the best 8 years as a country. Listen, every day is going to be a joy. We're never going to get into wars unless somebody hurts, like, the innocents, which they won't do. There'll be peace. We're going to be nice. Every day is going to be a joy. Oh, my goodness, I'm going to wake up, and I'm going to be like, I am going to make America happy. I'm just going to make everybody in such a good mood. Everyone's going to walk around so happy all the time. And then they're going to be like, did you see the goat he gave today? He gave a goat to, like, you know, like the Canadian Royal Mounted Police. And they loved it so much, they gave him one of their horses. Now we have a formal presidential horse. I would learn how to ride the horsey from the Canadian Royal Mounted Police. Listen, somebody tell the Canadian Royal Mounted Police if I get elected, I'm giving them a goat. And I expect them to give me one of their horses in return. It's going to be a friendship exchange. I'm giving them a goat. They better give me a horse. All right? And we're making the goats wear name tags. When they walk around the White House, Mimi, okay, listen. Nikki will help you with this. I'm going to tell her all about this plan tomorrow. I think she's probably going to buy into it. She kind of like makes sure the idea is feasible. This one's feasible. Mimi, part of your department, we have another. I know this is a lot of jobs, but you can do it. I need you to assign one of your secretaries or your butler. I don't know who works under you. We're going to figure out the organizational chart of the GOAT department later. You tell one of your people, the president wants all the goats not only to have names, and he wants to know their background and stories. He wants like reports on all of them. He also wants them to wear name tags, and they can't be like stuck on. That would hurt their fur. I want them to have those gentle kind of like ropes that they can wear around their necks. It has to be very light. They have to be comfy. And then I want that name tag to hang like off their neck. I want it to be right here, so when they walk around, the goat, everybody knows which goat it is. It's very important to me. I'm sure Mimi will share in my sentiments. She's in charge of the GOAT department. You can call her Secretary of Goats. We got to come up with a better title than that. Secretary of Goats. Secretary of Goat-Based Diplomatic Protocol. I got this. We're going to do this. All right, I'm ready. Oh, Mimi, we got to staff the presidential personnel office, too. It's a very important part of the administration. Like, the person who runs that is kind of like in charge of hiring and firing. Like, they gotta go tell the attorney general who to fire and hire. So we gotta have a pretty good PPO. It's called the PPO. That's like a hidden office. And then I think I know who I want my White House counsel to be. He's a very smart lawyer from around here. He knows how to tell me no. So that's very important. To be White House counsel, you have to be able to be like, Mr. President, you can't do that. So I know who I want the White House counsel to be. I have some thoughts about the press secretary. A few thoughts. The problem is, you don't want to be my press secretary. I'm going to make you're going to be up all day. Your staff is going to be miserable. I don't mean to be a jerk, but I just know it's impossible to keep up with what I want from a press department. So you better be ready to go 8 years. And we can break it up 2-year commitments at a time, but you better be ready to go 24 hours a day. And you better love getting up at 3 a.m. and you better be excited about it. You better love the White House. You're gonna have to probably sleep there. And you need people where I want that office staffed 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. It's more important to me than almost every other office except for the Situation Room. It needs to be staffed, rotating with at least 50 people. I want that comms shop open 24 hours a day, brew coffee, bring in a Dunkin' Donuts. I want a Dunkin' Donuts in the White House. I want it in the comm shop, and I want to be able to. I want a Dunkin' Donuts in the West Wing, and in the comm shop, and in the East Wing. We need 3 Dunkin' Donuts in the White House. All right, 3 different Dunkin' Donuts. They can be little carts. I'll talk to the Dunkies people. You know how JFK liked clam chowder? We can serve the legal seafoods clam chowder at state dinners. I'm down with that. But I need 3 Dunkin' Donuts. They can be carts, but I need 3. You know what? Let's make it 10. The White House has to have 10 Dunkin' Donuts locations. I never want to be more than 25 feet from a Dunkin' Donuts. It's non-negotiable, and it has to be a full Dunkin' Donuts. Figure it out. The government is smart. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I want that press shop open 24 hours a day. I want it staffed by 50 people in 8-hour shifts. So I need you to hire 150 people. I want them all to be like analysts. I want them digesting everything. I want to know everything about what they're consuming. I want them assigned to desks. I know what channels I want them watching. I want them watching everything. I want all of them watching 4 monitors at the same time. I want detailed debriefs on everything that happened on every news channel everywhere. I want you translating it into English in real time, and then I want you taking notes on it and preparing me my PDB by 7 a.m. and I want everything. And then I want another PDB at 11. I want everything summarized. I want another one at 3, another one at 7 p.m. Every 4 hours, I want a summary of everything that has happened on every news channel in the entire world. Don't miss anything. I'll determine if it's relevant. And I want your people working 24 hours a day. Hire more if you don't feel they can do it. 50 of them at a time, any given time of the day, constantly. And then make another press shop for dealing with what I want to say to the press. But you don't get much input on that. You can have a lot of input on how the press shop runs. You don't want to work for me, though. I'm telling you that ahead of time. You better come correct if you want to work in that press shop. I'll get rid of you in a heartbeat if you screw up even once. I'm sorry. You're working for the government of the United States. You're working for the president, and you're representing the interests of the people. You must be perfect. Mistakes of the head are okay. Mistakes of the heart are not. Don't screw up. That's how I'll be as president. You got this, Mimi. You're wonderful at all of this. Mimi's going to have a wonderful time. We are, just put me in charge. I can do this. I'm ready. I know everything. I've studied for this. I've listened to the presidential Watergate report from Senator Irving's committee 150 times. I've studied every executive department. I didn't really know I was preparing myself to be president. I guess I just prepared for this because I'm so interested. I have a voracious appetite for knowledge. I've read so much that I am struggling to find new things to read that are in line with the cogency of the academic disciplines that I've been studying. Just feed me more information. I want to go to bed listening to Senate reports. I can read so fast. I can read 1,000 words in 30 seconds. Give me information. Let me help. I want to. There's nothing I can do that will make me feel like I'm helping unless you let me drink from a fire hose of information all day and manage crises and weigh in on various world affairs and then make the staff of the White House work for you to the point where they respect the people. Let's do it. I'm ready. Oh no, Mrs. Rockstar. Okay, so we have to give special prayers for Mrs. Rockstar today, just as a quick transition before bed. Mrs. Rockstar, her trunk mechanical mechanism slammed shut on her upper arm, and it was right near her bad rotator cuff, and her arms are both in pain. Miss Rockstar, you let us know how we can help. So either on the Discord or wherever, just let us know if we have someone who's near you and they can help. I'm sure we can get you anything you need if you feel it's hard for you to walk around. See, Miss Rockstar has a cat. Miss Rockstar has a cat named Mr. Rockstar. Mr. Rockstar is wonderful, but he doesn't really have opposable thumbs, so he can't really lift things. We don't want to make him feel bad either. What's he gonna do? He can't carry things, and he's a cat. So all right, Miss Rockstar, you just, whether on the Discord here, if we can help you in any way, if you're in pain, you just let us know how we can help. Miss Rockstar is wonderful and very appreciated. Maybe we can't get you someone immediately, but just make a post on the Discord so I remember in the morning. And if you're still in pain or you have trouble using your arms, I will dedicate my resources to getting you assistance. We'll talk to Bunny Mom. We'll talk to Lynn. We'll find someone, and we will just coordinate until we get you help if you need it, especially if you can't lift things. I don't want you to push it and hurt yourself, so just let me know. I will personally stay on this until you get the help you need and feel like you're supported. You are not alone, my dear friend. Let's see. Just finished reading A Journey from Misery to Hell by Muhammad Sirda. I'm going to read that, or thank you for that. Thank you all for staying for the Q&A, by the way. I didn't mean to stay for 4.5 hours. I'm supposed to go to bed and wake up and watch the president. Might not happen now. But you let me know, Miss Rockstar. Oh, goodness. Okay, so I wish I was closer to you, Miss Rockstar, but please post on the Discord. If there's anyone in your area, like, whether we have to, like, I'll send the money personally. Like, I just don't think I live near you. Otherwise, I would just, like, Uber over to you. I don't care. I would go to the store. I just think I'm, like, a few thousand miles away from Miss Rockstar. So let's see if we can get you some help on the Discord. Miss Rockstar, like, just, like, I don't know if I can do it tomorrow. I would give the people the money out of pocket to come help you. Just let me know what we can do. Like, I don't want you to not have help, and don't push it. Miss Rockstar is wonderful. She's just a truly wonderful soul. So, yes, God bless you. And Miss Rockstar, the reason why I want to make sure, like, I'll ask on the Discord in the morning. But if you ask now and just tell Bunny Mom or Lynn or whoever in the Discord that's active that I just mentioned that we're trying to get you some help. And if you can't type it, I'll just go in there as soon as I end stream. That's what I'm going to do, actually. Why even make you do this? I'll just go into the Discord and ask if anyone's around you. They may need some information to help, like, coordinate. But yeah, I don't want you pushing it if you're hurt. Miss Rockstar's wonderful. So we're going to help you if I can. I can't guarantee someone lives near you, but I'll pay them myself to just, like, get to you. Whatever you need. Don't overexert. But yeah, we'll do that. And I can't promise. Like, all I can promise is that I will try. But if it will work, I'll pay out of pocket. It doesn't matter. We'll get it done. It's not a problem. As long as someone agrees to do it. Even if I have to pay like an Instacart shopper, I'll find some way. Just don't overexert. You're not alone. Oh, God bless. Hello, Lemonine. Oh, thank you. Or I'm definitely going to read that book. Wonderful, Miss Rockstar. You know I'm there for you. Especially Mr. Rockstar. Mr. Rockstar is probably trying to help so hard. He's like, what do I do? I'm my cat. Don't worry, Mr. Rockstar. I know you can hear me. We got you, bud. Alright. This was supposed to be a 2-hour nightly recap. I totally failed on that. We've been going for 4 hours and 30 minutes. I'm grateful we all got to hang out, though. That meant a lot to me. I'm glad we got to listen to music, talk about my presidential ambitions, make sure Miss Rockstar knows that we can help as long as someone's around her. That's important to me. Excellent, Miss Rockstar. Thank you for that. I'll come into the Discord right after this. I'm going to go to bed soon. I'm kind of tired. Let's do Tippecanoe and Tyler 2. I didn't mean to make people wait. Everyone loves Tippecanoe and Tyler 2, but Triple Bob in particular. So this is the part where I test my cognitive acuity by doing their presidents in order before bed. There's been no attacks for 6 hours. I think people think it might actually end tomorrow. Even Hezbollah is not attacking. This is Francine's friend, Pete Bunatel, by the way. Alright, let me do the presidents in order. I can only do so many. President Washington, President Adams, President Jefferson, President Madison. I still got to do 5, 6, 7. President 8 is Van Buren. President number 8 is Van Buren. 9, 10, 11, 12 got to work on. 13 is Jackson, Andrew Jackson. The bank was in the 1830s, 1836 or so. It was like the precursor to the free silver movement. The story of central banks is actually like the most important story in the American Republic. It explains the fracturing between Adams and Jefferson due to Hamilton, but also Washington. Washington backed Hamilton and Adams against Jefferson. It led to the election of 1800. Like, Washington was arguably a Federalist. But anyway, like, the central bank has been the key issue. Dividing, like, it kind of fell apart. Like, it wasn't as much of an argument after 1912. But, like, going back to the history of the foundation of the Republic, the central bank was a terribly important debate. Like, Hamilton won, and then the bank got dissolved, and then I think there was another bank, And then Jackson dissolved that. And then there was like another bank. And I don't know if we're on the third or fourth, but like the free silver plays into that, like the fight over free silver in the like emergence of the decades after oil was discovered and we moved into like post-industrialization. More like early industrialization during the Gilded Era. Like free silver was a manifestation of the consequence of the central bank debate getting so alienated that like the financial discussion wasn't in line with the value of the money. So they just, like Williams Jennings Bryan just shortcutted it and just tried to do free silver, and that just absolutely drove the financial establishment crazy. And they fought that election of 1894 in particular, like their lives depended on it, and they won barely. But it led to the emergence of like the Grange, which is like a very specific political party that emerged. It's kind of like what The Wizard of Oz is about. It's like a very specific political party that emerged in like the 1860s. I want to say in like Indiana. They were like a very serious third party that if they had like parlayed their initial victories in the American Midwest, could have easily set up Williams Jennings Bryan to win the presidential election of 1896. Instead, he kind of ended up like being known for the Scopes Monkey trial and things like that. He was a very famous lawyer, but he could have easily been president if that like Grange farmers movement. You really have to understand the complex economics of like the 1870s to know what that is. But if that had like been a little more successful, it was good in like one election. I want to say like 1872. They carried like Illinois or Indiana almost entirely. It was very surprising. They like got a substantial amount of seats in like the federal house, or they like managed to carry the state's like electoral delegates. I forget, it was some obscurity, but the party was like a flash in the pan. And then by like 1894, like their movement like kind of was consolidated into the free silver movement, but it was like inert as a political movement. And the Wizard of Oz is kind of like an homage to the Grange. It's less the Grange and more like the political constellation of America between 1870 and like 1896. And you could really argue it takes into consideration the populist reactionary backlash between 1901 and 1908 under Teddy Roosevelt's presidency. But his presidency was really like a happy accident of history. McKinley got shot, I think, by an anarchist up in Buffalo in 1901. It was a weird situation. It wasn't a hit. The corporations were pissed about it. One of the quotes from one of the traders on Wall Street, like one of the big guys, like I forget it was Morgan or Mellon, some jerk. He was like, that damn cowboy is president now. Like Teddy Roosevelt was never supposed to be president. It was a happy accident of history. There was just a random dude. I forget what he was pissed about. He didn't have a good reason to shoot anybody, but he was pissed. He was like alienated over, what year was it? 1901. I forget what he was pissed about. It might have been the Spanish-American War in 1897. McKinley was a bit of a warmonger. He kind of like pushed the war in Cuba longer than it needed to be. Like in 1897, because he was like worried, rightfully so, that he was going to lose the presidency. So he used the war. I want to say that was the sinking of the Maine. He did something ridiculous. It really pissed people off. He was like a bit of a warmonger. Had something to do with the Navy. I don't remember. Like the guy was pissed. The guy who shot him. I think like either like he was on like the side of the Cubans, or somebody in his family died in the war. It was some absurd like reasoning, but it wasn't a hit. It strangely wasn't a coordinated political hit. It was just some guy who was pissed. And so McKinley was supposed to stay president. Like most of the like powers that be wanted McKinley as president, but he got shot, and that's the only reason Teddy Roosevelt was president from 1901 to 1908. Which is a little weird, because if you look at Teddy Roosevelt's presidency, from like 1901 to 1906, he was like hanging out with Ida Tarbell and like railing on JP Morgan, just like trolling. He told JP Morgan like the government of the United States is not a like competitor in a business negotiation. Leave the White House. He owned that dude. Morgan hated him. Not that Morgan was hot stuff anyway. He was just like Warburg's man, and Warburg was just the Rothschilds man. And we know the Rothschilds are freaks, bro. You're hanging out with Epstein, you're a freak. Sorry, Rothschilds, give the money to the victims. You're also passe anyway. Do you even like do the work of remaining educated, or are you just living off your money? I read some of those emails Arlene de Rothschild was sending. She's a moron. That's my analysis of the style that she speaks. Where's your refined erudition? Forget about talking to Jeffrey Epstein. I'm disgusted. You're the heir to the people that stole my country, and you can't even spell right in an email? Get the hell out of here. Never come back to my country. Do not even think about being involved in American politics. You're a disgrace, not to mention the kids. You're a disgrace, Evelyn de Rothschild and Arlene de Rothschild, all of you. Not just because of what you did with Warburg, not just because of what your family how your family wreaked havoc through the world, because you enabled that child abuser. Hide in shame, never show your face in public again, give all the money away. You remember when Alfred Nobel read his obituary after his brother died in Paris, and they called him a warmonger who sold dynamite to bite both sides of the Franco-Prussian War? He changed his tune pretty quickly. You're going to go down, Arlene de Rothschild and the other one, Evelyn, as enablers of child abusers who were so dumb that they squandered a fortune because they got lazy and reduced their intellectual capacity to that of baboons. Let me at her. Let me at her as president. Let me at her. Let me at her. I got some things to say to some private bankers. I'm very mad. Oh, don't even get me started. All right. So anyway, picking up on Tippecanoe and Tyler too. So you got Polk, Taylor, Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump. Trump, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. I can't believe I screwed up the last part. It's because I was going too fast. I got to do that again. I'm disappointed with myself. Let's start again. Tippecanoe and Tyler too. All right, here we go. So it's Polk, Tyler, Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. Voila! That's how you do it, Grant. Yeah, I don't remember what I was yelling about. Something about the Rothschild. Oh, yeah. I'm really mad. Baal-worshipping freaks. I saw the pictures from 1972. You're in the Epstein emails. If you don't worship Baal, come out and say you don't worship Baal. Actually, you know what? I think Arlene de Rothschild should come out and make a formal statement saying that Baal sucks. That's all the statement should say. I formally denounce Baal. Baal sucks. Screw you, Baal. Baal sucks. Screw you. Or whatever crazy demon. I don't know. I got to learn more about like theistic and atheistic devil worship so I can make them denounce their devil gods that they worship. But I want to put them all out there and make them just say, I denounce Baal. How great would that would be if we just make them all like admit to being devil worshippers and be like, yeah, sorry, you know, it was like I just got caught up in the moment, and then the Baal was there, and then the next thing I knew, I was on Jeffrey Epstein. You know what I mean? We got to get them all just out there admitting to what they did. They worship Baal. I know it. I'm fully aware of it. I saw the owl. I know about the cufflinks. I know about the checkerboards. I know about the crazy stuff. It's ridiculous. They got to admit to it. We're not having Baal worshippers pretending to be doctors and lawyers. Are you absurd? Dude, just admit to being a Baal worshipper. Never show your face again and leave America. If you worship Baal, leave America. Now. Especially if you're a Canaanite. Like, you're lucky you're still here. I'm going to expel all of you from the country. I'm stripping you of your citizenship because you hurt the kids. If you are a Canaanite or worship Baal, leave America. We're coming. All 300, 400 million of us. There's like maybe a couple thousand of you. Maybe 10,000 at best. We're coming. And there's not a damn thing you can do about it. Get one of us, there's an entire, like, 400 million ready. So, what are you going to do? And they're going to make me president, so you're screwed. Yeah, you should leave America. If you worship Baal or you're a Canaanite, you should leave this country immediately. Like, seriously. There's 400 million people who know you're here and we're coming. Your days in this country are numbered. You have no power. And Iran's apparently watching very closely. And they know where all your money is. And about the kids you hurt. And they got the files. So, leave. Go to, I don't know. Where should we send them? I don't know. Someplace terrible. That's uninhabited. We should just send them up into space in rockets. If you worship Baal and you're in the United States and you can hear this, or you're a Canaanite, you should leave. It's going to get really bad. It's going to get worse before it gets better for you. And there's only like 10,000 of you at most. You don't have the numbers. And the politicians are bailing on you. And the intelligence community is bailing on you. We're coming. It's going to be great. I'm not exactly sure how many of them there are. Like, based on the membership rolls at the Grove, it's probably between 1,000 and 10,000. There's not that many of them. Their protection was the intelligence community, and the intelligence community just wants to avoid another church committee hearing right now. They're very close to having one. So, you know, yeah, if you worship Baal or you're a Canaanite, I just want to reiterate this for the third time. We know, all 400 million of us know, we're fully aware of every single one of you. If you've ever done it, like, you know the statutes you were at, you know the kids you hurt. You should leave America because we're coming, and we're not going to stop. We're going to take over the political apparatus, and then we're going to hunt you judicially. You're better off leaving. We're probably going to extradite you, though. And then we're going to tell, like, good luck going to a non-extradition country. I'll make an extradition treaty with them specifically for you. So, I don't know, go to Mars. Just get out of here. We're coming. And there's not that many of you. I've studied this. You can't win. You have no power. And your demons are, like, all, like, irrelevant now. And if you screw around too hard, then Iran's just going to do its thing. So, anyway, I think America's actually about to, like, experience a serious, like, political nonviolent revolution through the voting polls. And I think I'm going to be in charge. Let's do it. It's going to be great. All right. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. This was just the outro. This S-talk at the end of the song. You know what I'm saying? I was just chilling with me, thinking about the goats. All right. Pete Ponytail's resting. But if you learned something today, if you benefited from this stream, if you got educated, if you found camaraderie, if you laughed among the intensity, if you enjoy peace, look for a reason to pay it forward. Look for a reason to do small acts of service and kindness for those around you. Look for a reason to donate to our veterans, our service members, or our homeless veterans. They support us, and God knows we can support them these days. You can also look for a reason to donate to animal shelters that support our veterans or our service members. Everybody loves Pete Bunny Towel. He's not an animal, but he's comfortable. You know, he's a comfort Pete Bunny Towel. He's a channel mascot. So if you love Pete Bunny Towel, consider donating to animal shelters that are run by veterans or service members and that are helped by veterans or service members. You may also consider donating to animal shelters in general who wouldn't want to help our furry friends. But it could also be, if you're in the UK, you want to consider a donation to the Big Issue. It's a great way to help populations experiencing homelessness in the UK. It doesn't have to be a donation, though. It can be something as simple as smiling at someone on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or yes, ladies and gentlemen, even giving away 200 tomato plants like Francis Futrell did one time, and having them designated as honorary towels forevermore. In that way, may we change about the current realpolitik, even in my sleepy state, from one centered on expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our power, to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service and kindness rooted in unconditional love. Thereupon, living up to our Tau Eudaimonia or Summum Bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, and in turn bringing about a new digital epoch defined by Aquarius the water bearer standing tall and carrying a Pete Bunny towel. I believe it's possible because of you all. Thank you for welcoming me into your homes or wherever I may be with you tonight. It was an honor to spend this time with you. I hope you laughed. I hope you learned. I hope you felt comforted among the sadness of the world. I may be going to bed. I'm going to check the Discord in the morning about Miss Rockstar, make sure things at least were looked into, and if I can help in the morning, I will. God bless each and every one of you. I pray that this peace continues. I continue to pray that someday we wake up and we don't have to worry about whether this strange situation will result in more people dying. I pray for our soldiers and those that have lost their lives. I pray for the soldiers around the world. I pray for the animals, including the goats and the sheep and the cats and the dogs and the bunnies and the eels and whatever other animals may be out there. And I also, most importantly, pray for you all. And I pray that as you continue to spend time with each other, you find solace and happiness, because I think happiness is helping, and I think helping is happiness. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. God bless each and every one of you. May God protect the United States, and may God bless and protect us all. From Boston, it's 10:11 p.m. Eastern, U.S. who the hell knows time. It's Tuesday, April 14th, 2026. It's 4:11 a.m. in South Africa. It's 5:11 a.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, and it's 5:41 a.m. in Tehran, Iran. The president's remarks will air on Fox News in about 8 hours. We'll see if I'm awake. It's going to be about 6 a.m. Who knows what he's going to say? Is the war over? Is it not over? Your guess is as good as mine. From Boston with love, sending you all very big hugs. God bless you, Francine, and Orr, and I, Diva, and Ms. Rockstar, and Lebanon, every single one of you. Wow, very interesting. Thank you, in Lebanon. I'm going to be looking into the Montessori school thing you linked. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Good night. God bless, and may God protect us all. Thank you again for watching with me. It means so much to me. And I will see you again tomorrow, sometime in the afternoon, Eastern Time, unless there's chaos in the morning, which there probably may be, in light of this 3-hour interview that will apparently declare the U.S.'s involvement in the war over. But as so many have said, that's been declared before. So I don't trust anything anyone says. Good night.